was patient, but now we take it. Anytime we want in this game, my situation is entertainment intertwined with information. Alchemist soul, how we move the tassel and roll. It's amazing how we can turn something brass to gold. And we steady making hits. Architect with the prop and the scripts. It's logical that the product will flip. My boy Chef did the lineup, I'm fresh in the bitch. Carnivorous podcast, the newest show on the list. DQ on the boat, so I'm rocking the ship. So all the music gon' be dope and the artist legit. Hold my beard, concrete cord, then stepped in the door. See, that's my man and he reppin' for show. And true Saviour's a player with flavor. Lexicon Taylor, lines on point like a laser. We need that paper, we building the vault. Cause you niggas don't listen, y'all be waiting to talk. Lack accountability and try to make it our fault. But opposing us is trying to arm wrestle the hawk. You coming up short on your re-up, cause nigga we up. Really wouldn't want to be up, I kick my feet up. My beef is wagyu and my truck is all speakers. Bills is all blue and my blunt is all reefer. With plausible deniability, that boy eater. High quality whack juice by the liter. They like to call us ops, we got Oppenheimer features. That's the bomb out on the island just to teach you.
What up, though? What up, though? Brass in the building. My man True Saviour in the building. We waiting on Chief X. You're gonna hear some words from Chief X shortly. Great football Sunday. There was a tragedy in New Orleans. I want to say, I don't know the exact day, but it was last week. And then there was another tragedy in front of a hotel in Vegas where there was an explosion. I want to send my love out to all those families. Trimedia, we definitely sent some philanthropy down to them. Besides just our love, I hope y'all do the same. But terrorism, you know, domestic terrorism is getting a little crazy, and I think it's going to get a little crazier. I know they have a lot of the sports things. I know the Super Bowl is going to be in New Orleans, so it's a little crazy that it was there. So before we get started, I want to at least put our attention to that for a half a second. Also, I want to congratulate Denzel Washington, Magic Johnson on getting the American Medal of Freedom from Joseph, from Sleepy Joe. He decided to honor some brothers on the way out. He honored a couple other people. I think it was Hillary Clinton and George Soros. But Denzel, I don't know if y'all been paying attention to Denzel, but Denzel has gave his life over to God. He said he's going to do a certain amount of movies on the way out. I think he's doing, he's talking about retirement now. So you can see he's in the end game. He was talking about he's going to be on Black Panther, talking about doing Othello again. I watched Gladiator 2. If he don't win an award for Gladiator 2, they're just cheating at this point. So just giving a little current events. You're gonna see me a little bit more in the new year. Actually, a lot more. Me dropping a lot of shorts. When we're doing some financial shows. Because to my belief, my next show, depending on how this show goes, hopefully we can move past hip hop and move past this these conversations, or at least it won't be me doing these conversations. My next shows will be talking about financial literacy and not selling you nothing. I'm not here to fix your credit with that scam crap. But just having financial literacy. I'm one of those people that believes that financial literacy is the new civil rights. I think it's something that we should have focused on, for many years, and definitely for the years to come. So that'll be more of my stance. I fall more under the Claude Anderson, John Hope Bryant stream of thinking, and I'm gonna just give my thoughts on it. We're starting an investment club. We're starting a book club. There'll be a lot of good things that we're going to be doing besides just arguing over, different topics that are worth arguing over on the internet. I'm going to shout out some of the people in the building. I already got my contestants in here. I got my man, shout out to you, Sosa. I'll make sure that we definitely put up your link today. FBA Mello, I see you in the building. My man Ramon, Carnivorous. I'm not putting the link in the chat, Chief X. I just want my combatants in the fight at the beginning. I see you put the link in the chat, but this ain't that kind of chat. I put this link in the chat. I have 1,000 people in here before I can get my thoughts off. Unbiased, shouts to you. Hey, on another note, shouts to Unbiased Sports. Y'all check out his channel. Unbiased, put your link in the chat or put it in the Discord. Unbiased is one of the most hardworking streamers I've ever seen. He starts at like 8 in the morning. He's talking about FBA and hip hop and all kind of stuff, early. And he's got like, between 9 and 30 something viewers. With somebody like that with that level of dedication, you definitely should. We definitely got to do something to help support. So maybe Unbiased, let's do a show. Me and you. Let's do a show one day this week. Line it up on your channel, line it up on our channel, and see if we can't start doing some stuff together. Because whether I agree with you or I don't agree with you, I appreciate your dedication. I appreciate your hard work. Shout out to Donnie, the best moderator in the history of moderators. I wouldn't have met him if not for my next brother, and that's Chef. Shout out to you, my brother Chef. This channel is streaming live on Tri-Media 0124 and also on Carnivorous Podcast. Shout out to my brother Chef Freen. I love when Chief X say Chef Freen. And shout out to my brother Concrete Corey. I don't even know if he likes that nickname. Just let me know, Corey. Just text me. But the Carnivorous Podcast, they'll be up a little later. But now on to the show, because y'all don't want to see my black ass talk all night. So I'm going to just lay the ground rules real quick. I'm going to tell y'all where this came from. So I got my brother Truth Saviour in the building, and I got my brother Chief X in the building. I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and then I'm going to introduce the premise of the show. I'm going to start with you, Truth Saviour. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the people, because you're going to see a lot of them and not a lot of me, and that's how I like it. I shout out to my man Biggie, black and ugly as ever. So you could never, my wallet is too big for me to be concerned about how my beard look on this camera. So go ahead, True Savior, introduce yourself to the people. Once again, shout out to Chef Reen. We're live on Carnivorous Podcast and Tri-Media. Go ahead, True Savior, introduce yourself.
All right, what's up, family? It's not much to say other than, I go by the name True Savior, and basically how I came into the YouTube space. Well, I was part of the YouTube space a long time ago, and I used to. First time I ever heard about. Let me say this. First time I ever heard about Chief X was in in the conscious community, and that was many years ago. And so I'm aware of Chief X by that association. But later years, like 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, I got into this YouTube thing only because I felt like the Black community was being, how you call it, ripped off by what I felt was accomplishments that were somewhat, some other group of people were trying to steal them, in my opinion. And I felt the need to make content to address those wrongs. And so, unfortunately, I won't say unfortunately, but apparently, this hip hop discussion has become big. And I felt that I had a lot to offer towards this discussion. Coming from my years of experience, I've been around a long time. I'm a very proud Black American, and because of that, I feel the need to defend Black Americans at all costs. Now, again, do I love everything about Black American culture? Absolutely not. So I don't want people to think I defend the ratchetness of Black culture. But by and large, the ratchetness of Black culture is a small percentage of the greatness that we produce. And that is what I want to protect. And is it ratchetness in hip hop? Absolutely. Am I defending the ratchetness in hip hop? Absolutely not. What I am defending is our creation of it. And so, and can it be better? Absolutely. So this is where I'm coming from. And so most of my content is usually dedicated to making Black people aware of the great people that they are and to defend the cultural creations that we have. And so that's basically who I am.
My brother Chief X in the building. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
What's happening? I'm representing today. How y'all doing? I'm representing ADOS today. Got the T-shirt and sporting it, right? So yeah, my name is Chief X. Most people do know me around here. I'm not sure if a lot of people from Tri-Media followers know me, but it's Chief X up out of Los Angeles, California. Born in Compton, right? I represent ADOS, California, right? And my flashpoint, my jump off, and my flashpoint was in 1992, right? Started with the Nation of Islam. Now, I wasn't suited and booted, right? I wasn't a registered Muslim, but I used to go to the mosque every time. In 1992, I got clean from drugs in 1992, and I met a little MGT sister, right? Military girls training. It's the opposite of the FOI. She was an MGT sister, and she used to take me to the mosque all the time. She sit on one side, I sit on the other. And that was my flashpoint, right? 1995, I seen Dr. Khaled Muhammad live at Long Beach State University in 1995. And it was his lecture he gave titled The Art of War. And that was one of his most fiery lectures ever in the time I seen him live. So from then I went on into, I got kind of frustrated with that, and I moved on to Orthodox Islam. Then I started studying the Hebrew with the Hebrew Israelites. I started studying with the Moors, and after a period of time, I said, why am I trying to fit in? Why am I trying to belong to a certain group or organization and trying to force myself to be down with all these different people? I said, you know what? I'm a free thinker. And I started studying ancient Egypt, got some Egyptian tattoos, and got all caught up in thinking I'm a descendant of some ancient Egyptians, right? And this has been my journey. I've been through all phases, right? So around 1996 is when I start studying under Ashraf Kwesi. Ashraf Kwesi is from Los Angeles, if people didn't know. He moved to Dallas. So Ashraf Kwesi, Runoko Rashidi, what's his name? Steve Coakley. I used to go to every lecture. These are all LA cats. I used to go to every lecture Steve Coakley did. He knows me. I know him. And when he passed, I took a picture with him, about 3 weeks before he passed away. I used to date his caretaker in a home. He had a caretaker, and I used to date her. So that was my journey. I'm here now, right? And I just want to have a discussion. My main thing here today is I want to discuss FBA and Tariq Nasheed and ADOS and how ADOS intellectual property was stolen by FBA, aka Tariq Nasheed. And I would love to have this discussion about hip hop. I don't think I disagree with True Savior. It just may be a few nuances we may disagree on, but in general, I think I agree with him. Black folk did what I say is black folk simultaneously. Black folk created hip hop, and Puerto Ricans simultaneously was involved in the beginning stages.
Then y'all don't agree. Then y'all, let me tell you something. Then y'all definitely don't agree. Trust me, y'all definitely don't agree.
No,
Somebody, you broke. Okay, can y'all hear me?
You're frozen. You were frozen for a second there.
Okay.
Yeah, then y'all definitely don't agree. That means this conversation is gonna be even more fire. So yeah, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. All right, so the title is. So now let me talk to the people. So I want to tell y'all where this conversation came from. And matter of fact, shout out to the chat. Right, we did a show last Sunday. I'm gonna do a show every Sunday, and I hope other people in the community do other shows. We can compete and for the viewers and all of that. I don't really care about all that. I don't do it for that. But we did a show last Sunday about FBA and hip hop. I don't know why, but that show got almost 3,500 views, over 1,500 comments. We got about 50, 60 new subscribers on both channels. I mean, we did it on 2 different channels. Chef, I think he got about 2,500 views and about 40 new subscribers. So that was obviously it's good content. It's not something I'm going to talk about every day, but I decided to come back this week because after that show, the show was with my brother True Savior. We started off with him for about an hour, and then we went on for about 5-6 hours. Now I don't mind having these long pause conversations, but I just want to make sure that the conversation is moving at a good pace, so that in the chat you'll be recognized. To all my mods, I got love for all of y'all. In my opinion, Donnie Williams is the greatest mod in YouTube history. Period. I've seen him on multiple platforms.
Go Donnie!
Yeah, Donnie is the man. I've seen him on Carnivorous. I'm gonna buy him. I'm going to pay him to be specifically a tri-media mod. Just put the cost up. I'm sorry, Chef Reem, match the money. If he match it, you can have him. But other than that, he's coming over to tri-media. Shout out to Isonic. Shout out to you, Mika. You know I got love for you too. So it started with that conversation. Go ahead.
Real quick, I want to thank you for being unbiased, Brass, and unbiased sports. Although you're unbiased, but unbiased sports he lives up to the name of being unbiased, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what you just said, you want to pay him you want to pay Donnie as a moderator.
Mm-hmm.
I think very few people do that. I have a moderator who's so dedicated to me. I always send her free products that I have, free stuff, and I take care of her for being a great moderator. And I think more people need to do that. So I just wanted to piggyback on that.
Yeah, definitely. I think, listen, I modded when I first got into this online thing. I was modding, and it's work. It's not, there's some people that just mod every now and then, this, that, and the other. But if you're gonna have people sending links for you and all of a sudden the other, a lot of times people fool you with that do it for the love. Like I hear that, bro, but that's a hustle to me. When you're doing something for the love, what it means is you got the money, you just don't pay me. So, and I'm serious. Donnie Williams is the man. I love the way he kind of handles the conversation, moves back and forth. Now, here's some rules. I'm gonna put the rules out, and then I'll go back into the story. The only people that time anybody out is me or the director backstage. We got 2 people working backstage. They'll look at the comments if it gets too crazy. I encourage free speech, right? I want people to be able to speak. If it's vulgar, we'll remove it, or YouTube won't accept it anyway. But if you do choose, we don't hire mods or give people the modding responsibility because we want you to mod our shows. We give people modding because you watch the shows a lot. You're going to pull up. You're a supporter. So I want you to be able to have free speech. That's mainly why you mod. I want you to be able to say that. Or if you make a comment, I look at the blue comments first in order to put them up as we do all the time. So I don't need you to actually mod our chat. We could do that, and YouTube will strike anything else. But if you do mod, if you do time somebody out on my platform, then I will block you and ban you from our platform. I just want to be very clear. So if you are offended, you block them and you won't see their comments. I think that's how that works. But if you're offended by something that somebody says in there, you mod them for you. Don't mod them for everybody else, because whether you want to hear it, there might be other people that want to hear it. And I think in this conscious community, Chief X and True Savior, one of the things that happens a lot is it turns into an echo chamber. It turns into 900 people in a chat all saying the same thing. And then what happens is you never get the chance. In the chat, I want y'all to bang too, pause. I want y'all to like get into it with each other. And then the engagement is what I like too, because I like to hear the comments that come from that extreme engagement. So yes, it gets a little testy in the chat, but it gets a little testy on the panels too. So we're going to open up the show later. Go ahead, Chief.
And by the way, I just want to let the audience know, me and True Savior, we don't have no kind of beef or anything. This is we both grown men. This is a friendly discussion debate. This is a friendly discussion, and I actually like the cat. He's always mature. You know what I mean? I've never seen him be disrespectful to people. You know what I mean? And we can have an adult conversation. You know.
Okay, cool. So this is where this conversation is coming from the show we did last week. When we did the show last week, we're not taking people on the panel already, so I don't know. Reg, we'll let somebody come up in a little bit. So the way it goes is this. Now they were doing the True Savior. I don't know if you saw the video or not, but I'm about to play a video from Chief X. I just need to know from both of y'all, which conversation do we want to have first? FBA or WTF? I mean, FBA versus WTF, or is hip hop FBA's the claim? Which conversation do y'all want to start first so I can get into my job? Which one? And matter of fact, in the chat, y'all let us know which conversation, if y'all can, whoever's directing, put that in the chat. Which conversation do y'all want us to start with? FBA versus WTF, or is hip hop FBA's to claim? Y'all let me know.
Personally,
WTF is what the hits. Let me curse one time. WTF is what the fuck, meaning what is going on with it? Do we even need it? Should we be at ADOS? Should we be nothing? That kind of conversation. So it's FBA versus should we do anything else other than that, other than FBA, or is hip hop FBA's the claim? But I'm gonna ask my combatants, what do y'all want to do first? So Chief, I'm gonna start with you because we let Chief introduce himself first. Which part of the conversation do you want to start with? Hip hop or FBA versus WTF? Which one?
Personally, I prefer FBA versus WTF or ADOS or whatever you want to say, because this is the conversation I prepared for. Right, the hip hop conversation is just going to be off the head, kind of, because I'm an old school hip hop.
Okay, and
then at the end we can just it'd be entertaining. At the end, we can just freely talk about hip hop.
Okay, how about you, True Savior? This is fun. What about you, True?
I'm okay. Listen, I'm okay with the FBA conversation, but I'm not here to defend Tariq. So you won't hear me defending Tariq. So we could talk about FBA, but that's not my position to defend Tariq.
Okay, so then we'll start with FBA, and maybe that'll be a short conversation. And like I said, these conversations, depending on how I'm feeling, we might be here till 12, 1 o'clock. Last week, we were here till 1 o'clock in the morning. I kept my word. I still haven't gotten my get back on Chef for leaving me here, but it is what it is. And Chef, if you want to come up along with the conversation, I have no problem with that because we're also on your platform. So far be it for me to tell you not to come up. If you want to come up and host with me, that's not a problem. You're always welcome on your platform, which sounds insane. So after we saw the show last week about foundational Black Americans, hip hop, it was a wide-ranging conversation. Shout out to Reggie for crashing out at the end. It was very viral. We have clips coming along the way once we chop up the video. You know, it's New Year's. I mean, it's an excuse. So Chief X was celebrating his birthday in Vegas, but he took the time out to drop this video, and he dropped it in the Discord. Somebody create a Discord link and put it in the chat, pin it to the top. We want everybody to join our Discord. It's an open Discord. We have a separate Discord for business. This is just an open Discord that'll be similar to this chat to get you through your day at work. Sometimes we do voice chats, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we talk about LeBron, sometimes we talk about, whatever. But Chief X in Vegas during his birthday took time out to address the commentary that we were talking about with FBA on the video last week. And this is what he said.
Chief X action. Question. Name one time Tariq Nasheed, aka FBA, name one time they ever advocated for reparations. Tell me what politicians that Tariq Nasheed is fucking with, or any politicians that's fucking with him. I'll wait. I got time today. When has he put together something where he's dealing with politicians and had conversations with politicians about a reparations movement? It's never happened. The nigga's a fucking grifter, you idiots. Talking about Tariq Nasheed, FBA. Anybody saying FBA has been thrown off course. You say ADOS, the real ones. I'll wait for that answer. Chief.
So, the very next day, I got a text from my brother, True Savior. Now, I don't know if True Savior saw the video. I just thought the timing was hilarious.
I didn't see it.
Okay, exactly. So now you said, okay, so now you saw the video. And I purposely, remember I told y'all both, when I talked to Chief earlier, I said, I don't know if you saw the video, but you literally texted me the very next day.
Okay.
And in that text, it was, I want to discuss, I don't know if you're doing the videos, because I don't even like doing these videos.
Yeah, because I actually asked you about, can we have Chief X on so we could talk about hip-hop.
Hip-hop. No, that's what I was about to say.
That's
what I was about to say. Because you texted me and you said, I know you don't like doing these videos, because I truly don't. I know y'all don't believe me, but I don't like having these conversations. I just think they're fun. And, if I own a media company, they're good for that. Once it gets past that, I'm not interested. So, but you texted me the next day and you was like, well, let's get Chief, let's talk about hip-hop, da-da-da-da-da. So then you said, well, if we do have another conversation about hip-hop or FBA, because me, I'll stop.
Right.
I want Chief X on the platform. So I need to ask you first, why did you specifically text me and ask for Chief X on the platform? That's what I want to know. Okay. Where did that come from if you didn't see that video?
When I was on the last time, you had mentioned that Chief X did a video on hip-hop. And you said that he made certain claims, and I can't remember what claim you pointed out. And I said, oh boy, really? So when I got the opportunity, I went online and checked out that video. And once I saw the video, that's when I text you. And I said, well, hey, get Chief X up here. We got to explore this information. So this is how it came to be. Once I saw his video on hip hop, I said, oh boy, okay, definitely, because he wasn't there the last time he was out on his birthday and all that. So I said, well, definitely, hey, if you get him back, we can definitely deal with this conversation. So that's how that all came about.
So I'm going to start with FBA or WTF. I'm going to move it back to this. Now, the way we're going to do this is I'll let y'all each go have some back and forth. You'll see the camera switching from time to time. I got directors backstage going into it. We're going to start with FBA versus WTF and when that ends, but I'm going to supply the questions, right? So my first question to you, now I know you said you kind of want to separate it from Tariq Nasheed, but Chief X, I do want you, when you do speak, whatever you want to talk about, that's fine. So if you want to talk about Tariq Nasheed, you want to talk about FBA, that's fine. So, and the only thing I do ask y'all is watch y'all language, because on Tri Media, we're working on sponsorship and things like that. And it's something I don't feel like editing in the background. I can edit some curses out, but let's not turn it into a curse fest. So, to you, Truth Savior, why should we utilize, I won't say the movement or the group, why should we utilize the lineage of FBA in order to move Black people as a group, right, forward? Why do you think that is the way forward versus ADOS or Pan-Africanism or just, I mean, political aims, Republican, Democrat, whatever. Why do you think that FBA, in your opinion, is the best step forward?
Well, I don't think it's necessary. First of all, it shouldn't take a name to motivate Black people in the first place, politically or in any other way. And there shouldn't be. What other group has a name necessarily to promote their agenda? And we go through so many names as a people, it's kind of ridiculous. But however, I have no problem with it with ADOS. Now, this is the issue with FBA. FBA, for me, it has a more powerful impact on the people who hears the message, where the name ADOS doesn't. And so let me give you an example. I looked this up. It reminds me, when you listen to Black people talk about FBA, this is what I hear. And you can, like the Black Panther movement, let's listen to what it says. Fostering a sense of racial pride, promoting self-determination, increasing political activism, advocating for Black community control, and raising awareness about issues like police brutality, leading to a greater focus on the Black representation of politics, education, and culture. Now, let's go to another one. The Black is Beautiful. See, I'm a child of the 60s, so I go back to this, so I'm familiar with this. Black is Beautiful movement, or the significance of Black is beautiful when it came out. Listen to this. Encouraging them to embrace their natural features, hairstyle, African heritage, challenging Eurocentric beauty standards, and promoting self-love and pride in their identity. Now, when I look at what ADOS, and I love ADOS, but when I compare what I see in the pride of people who identify as FBA, it more aligns with the Black Power movement, Black is Beautiful. When you see the comments of FBA, it's this pride that you don't see in the conversation of ADOS. So putting Tariq aside, and that's why I said I'm not here to defend Tariq. When I see the enthusiasm and the sense of unity, whether there's unity or not, there is a sense of unity that you didn't see in ADOS. Even though ADOS had more opportunities in terms of political access that FBA doesn't have. So whatever Tariq's agenda is insignificant to me. I'm more energized by the level of attention and unity within our people, feeling like we have a common cause, we have a common heritage, we have a common lineage. And although ADOS represented that as well, it never had the impact on the larger Black community. So that's
you're saying the FBA, and you're saying the ADOS has not had the impact that FBA has had in the larger Black community.
It hasn't. No one is galvanizing around ADOS, and I'm not taking anything from ADOS. Don't get me wrong. But when you see people, when they say FBA, I mean, you could feel the energy behind that. And like I said, it harkens to the days of Black Power movement and Black pride. Those days of the late 60s and 70s. ADOS never presented that for Black folks. We understand the agenda was to get reparations for the descendants of slaves. We understood the agenda, but it never galvanized Black people like that.
Okay. All right, Chief. I want to start with the original question. The original question, then you can respond to what he's saying. FBA versus WTF. Should we even consider? Why do you think that ADOS is better than FBA, politics per se, Pan-Africanism? I just heard somebody say in the chat, y'all can post it again, or one of the directors find it. They said that the greater Black African Americans on the planet are Pan-Africanists. So why do you say ADOS versus versus FBA? And then I'm gonna give y'all an opportunity to kind of talk to each other. Go ahead, Chief.
I think a lot of people over time has taken all these things out of context, away from the original intent. Intent is everything. Let's be clear. ADOS is a reparations advocacy movement. That's it. I'm an African American or a Black American. That's what I am. ADOS started as a tag, a hashtag, to advocate for reparations. It's not about a party. It's not playing and people just talking online and this and this and that. No, it's a reparations movement. And when I was really through with this so-called conscious community, is when the ADOS movement was cracking 5 years ago, started by Yvette Carnell, the founders Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore of Tone Talks. There was a lot of backlash. You had a lot of YouTube channels bashing ADOS, one being Garfield Reed's channel.
Who?
And I was Garfield Reed.
Okay.
And I was pissed off because I'm repping to the heart. I'm buying shirts. I'm listening to Yvette Carnell, right? I'm listening to Tone. I said, folk is not listening to these people. People don't even know what the movement's about, right? It was about getting set-asides and benefits and reparative justice from things that happened during slavery. That's what ADOS was about. It's an advocacy movement. It's not about some plan and who's kicking with who and you know what I mean, and this galvanizing over black power. That's not what it's about. I heard True Saviour say that, right? So initially, Tariq Nasheed was down with ADOS. Then a light bell rung in his head. And he started falling out with ADOS founders. And he jumped off FBA was a phrase. He started the FBA phrase to steal the shine of ADOS. And he stole their intellectual property in my idea. If you're claiming FBA, that means you're kind of like pushing ADOS to the side as if it was irrelevant. And I was so pissed with this community. I said, these folk is really not for reparations. They're not serious. They're playing. They galvanized and moved towards a former pimp and a rapper over professionals. And I said, this is the way the conscious community and the black community is sometimes. They just prefer entertainers and rappers and this stuff over serious credentialed people. One, Yvette Carnell used to work on Capitol Hill. Used to be an aide for Barbara Boxer. She was also an aide for the mayor in D.C. I can't remember his name. I got some notes, right? She actually had experience in politics. I was impressed. I used to watch her book clubs. And Tone, a.k.a. Antonio Moore, is a full-blown attorney up out of UCLA and Loyola Law School. Why would I side off credential? Why would I side against credentialed professionals to side with what a former pimp and a rapper said, who's been miseducating black folk for decades now, who to me has been detrimental to black folk? Now, also people sided because maybe Tariq is more popular. Maybe folks just ain't that really serious, okay? FBA, and on his website, FBA, it says a reparations movement. On Tariq's website, FBA. This is what it's about. Anything else people are talking about, it's been watered down. and they gravitated towards personalities over principles, right? So black folk, it seemed, in this community has a thing against professionals and credentialed people. They like conspiracy theories and all this other effery. You know what I mean? So just to answer that question, I got so much more. I don't know if Truth Savior, did you are you at a computer like where you're going to share screen, or you just off the head?
No.
Okay.
I'm not that computer literate like that.
Okay.
So Brass is going to help me out in that area.
Yeah, he sent me some sources in regards to the hip hop conversation. The FBA conversation is going to be more like a back and forth between the both of you. So that'll be that the hip hop conversation. He actually has sources I'm gonna share for him in regards to the hip hop part. So back to this FBA conversation. All right, so I heard y'all both out. So real quick, True Savior, do you have any issues with ADOS and how they handle their business at all?
Absolutely not. I mean,
Okay.
I just said it's a matter of messaging.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that's what it is. It boils down to I support ADOS. I don't say one over the other. I'm not saying one replaces the other. Why can't both of them exist? If the agenda is reparations at the end, I think that the ways in which Tariq is saying to get him by requiring tangibles and I think ADOS is saying the same thing to a certain degree, but Tariq is basically saying hold the vote or whatever. I'm not sure. They both seem like they're saying the same thing. So to me, it doesn't matter which one you belong to. If your end goal is to get reparations, if that's your end goal, I don't really see the problem.
So all right, Tuck my out. What up? So do you per se, Chief X, do you have an issue with FBA or is it just you prefer ADOS? Do you have an issue now taking Tariq Nasheed out of it? Just foundational Black American, the lineage in and of itself. Do you have an issue with the lineage of FBA? Do you feel it's a movement or group, or do you just prefer ADOS? Is that where you stand?
Here's the thing. I'm a Black American. I'm an African American. So that is my lineage in America, right? I wouldn't, personally, I don't consider FBA and ADOS a lineage per se. Whether if you're a Black American or African American, we all descend from West and Central Africa. If not, you're not a Black American or an African American. You would be an immigrant, right? So people are taking these new tags as if, saying I'm FBA is something different than saying I'm African American or Black American. I prefer to just say African American, Black American rather than FBA. FBA has bad baggage attached to it.
What is that bad baggage?
FBA, Tariq Nasheed.
Okay.
He
Okay.
he coined the phrase.
Okay.
It's his reparations movement. So no politicians and no professional people take Tariq Nasheed serious. He should never, ever be representing Black Americans on a world stage with a serious thing talking about reparations, where we need to get in lockstep with politicians in Congress, in legislation. Tariq Nasheed would give all that a bad name and turn it all into a joke like he has already. So yes, FBA, that's bad baggage. When you hear FBA, you think Tariq Nasheed pimping and macking and mink slide and all this crazy stuff he's talking and all this pseudo history and conspiracies. That's what he's attached. That's what FBA is attached to, and I don't want to have nothing to do with it. That's just me personally. And I think Black folk in general should be thinking that way and get more serious about these things.
Can I ask a question? real quick.
If you the big face on the screen, you got it, G.
My bad. I wasn't looking.
I'll just move
looking.
it. I want to say
I want
something.
to ask Chief X this question. What do you think about Malcolm X?
Since my jump start was with the nation, Malcolm X is like one of my favorite personalities
And
throughout
why is
history as with black folk. So I love Malcolm X.
Why you love him so much?
It's his spirit. He was fiery. He was the one that got me on so many missions intellectually, right? And when I remember when I used to go in and out of jail, when I was on drugs, I used to go in and out of jail, right? And I was in a drug program, and the guy in the drug program gave me the Malcolm X autobiography for Malcolm X. That was my jump start, right? And I read the autobiography of Malcolm X, and it touched me, and I identified with it. And I thought when I was in jail, right, and subsequent times when I went to jail again, I used to always go to the library and get a book. And I always remember Malcolm X said he would be in jail and he would read a book and have a dictionary right next to his book. If he didn't understand a word in this book, he would look it up in a dictionary. And he did that for years. And that's how he developed an extensive vocabulary and became, intelligent. So I love Malcolm X. I identify with his story. That was the first book I read, was the autobiography of Malcolm X.
So you believe in redemption, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so because we know that Malcolm X was a mobster to a certain degree, a burglar. He was the lowest of the low before he went to jail. And so I take a little issue with condemning someone's past when there's always room for redemption. Now, whether or not you would agree that Tariq can have some redemption as you see it, it's possible. So I would be leery to question someone's past when it's possible someone could rise beyond that, just like a Malcolm X. And so now we honor Malcolm X because he was a great man, but his past didn't speak that way. So I don't think it's right to tear down a person because of their past, because everyone could be redeemed if they want to be.
I agree.
Okay, wait. Now I'm probably gonna get killed for this. But what we not gonna do is have a conversation compared to Tariq Nasheed.
I'm talking about redemption. I'm talking about people's past.
I don't want to get while he's quite powerful, and I know FBA is a strong group.
No. Tariq is no Malcolm X. Tariq is no Malcolm X.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to get.
Let me get that out there.
Yeah, okay.
I'm talking about a person.
No, I got you.
And not being judged by a person's past. That's it.
No, I got you. So we're talking about. Hold on, because I want to keep the names correct, because these are clips that these things go out. And I do not want to be known as the show or the channel that was compared somehow to. I'm not saying that's what you did, true, but somehow it's compared Tariq Nasheed to Malcolm X. No, here's the other part too, though. So what we're saying is, you're talking about the Detroit Red aspect of Malcolm X in the early times of Tariq Nasheed. If Tariq Nasheed and his Detroit Red bag, and then now we accepted Malcolm X from Detroit Red. Now, okay, I get your point. Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with redemption, and actually, I didn't know True Saviour didn't have a presentation, but I put together a presentation that I wanted to do that would kind of kill all the noise, right? But so we just kind of talking off the head right now. So I was going to mention that I'm not judging it for his past. I'm just kind of getting people to understand on a serious topic like this. People look at him a certain way, and a lot of times currently, not just in his past, currently he intentionally race baits. He intentionally for a serious topic as a reparations, no serious people are going to take him serious if he's sitting down every other word talking about white supremacy and talking about white folk, although his wife is half white, but that's another story. So I'm with redemption, you know what I'm saying, and I understand that, and I want to be clear to the audience. I have a past where I was on drugs and used to steal and do shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he has a past, so I agree. People change and mature and things like that, But I still think currently to this day, he'd be on some effery.
Okay.
Again,
So
like I
Can't
said,
be
I'm not here to
trusted.
defend. Like I said, I'm not here to
Right.
defend Tariq.
okay, so I got a question.
He's
Hold on, before y'all putting comments, I got a question. So here's my next question. Before we're gonna get into the hip hop conversation for those of y'all that's there, but we're on the FBA versus WTF right now. Are immigrants? Hold on, before y'all keep. I want to put a banner up. Let's leave the banner up for a second because my question is the banner. Now, whenever we talk about FBA, immigrants come in. I've watched a few of Unbiased shows where he'll play like. And shout out to Unbiased Sports. Follow his channel. Put the link in the channel. He works very hard, but he'll play whole FBA podcasts. Like he talks to people that call in and call tethers and all of that other stuff, right? And I'm noticing like a tone, like he was talking about immigrants and be careful with these people that are, dealing with your elderly or dealing with your parents. You have to be careful because immigrants have an issue per se with African Americans and da 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 da. Whatever. You can watch it. It's on Unbiased Podcast. Watch it. It was an interesting analogy he made about Jamaican nurses and things like that, right? And I see immigrants coming up in the ADOS conversation. I see immigrants coming up in the FBA conversation. So here's my question to both of y'all. Are immigrants from the African diaspora taking opportunities away from FBAs, or are they enhancing Black progress in America? Now I'm gonna send this question to Truth first, and then Chief, for your response. Now y'all can keep y'all whatever, because remember we have a whole nother conversation that we're gonna have. But how do you feel about this question? Are immigrants from the African diaspora taking opportunities away from FBAs, or are they enhancing Black progress in America? I send that to you, True.
I personally don't think they're taking jobs from FBAs. I think Black Americans do need to do better in school and in their studies overall. Test scores reveal that. So if Africans are in better positions, I tend to think maybe they are smarter. I have no issue with, see, here's the thing. Being FBA for me, and it's an individual thing for me, okay? Don't compare me to Tyree. FBA for me is something different. I do not have ill will towards immigrants. Again, we're going to, in terms of our music culture, and people feeling as though they're claiming certain things that clearly they have no creative process in it. I will have an issue with that. But immigrants by themselves, I have no issue with immigrants whatsoever.
Okay, go ahead, Chief.
You phrased the question from the African diaspora, so
Okay,
I
go
guess
ahead.
you're not
Talk,
talking about
hey,
other
no. Take it how you that's a question for a format for the show. However you want to take the question, take the question. That's fine.
Okay, so how can I couch this? An immigrant is an immigrant to me. I don't have where I take sides, right? So this political season, we were talking about closing borders and a lot of immigrants from Mexico and things like that, and all kind of stuff going over here, and they getting some set asides and some benefits in New York and other places, and they were giving immigrants cash, and while we Black Americans wasn't, this is the talk this political season, right? So an immigrant is an immigrant to me, right? Like when you say taking jobs, in a sense, yes. In a deeper sense, check this out. They say that Nigerians do amazing in school, great test scores and IQ scores, right? And I looked into it, I said, yeah, they like on the top of level over, a lot of other European nations. Them Nigerians getting that education, they doing amazing. So when it comes to these tech jobs and these jobs in Silicon Valley, right? A lot of them jobs are given to educated Nigerians and immigrants over like Black Americans. They said when you go to Silicon Valley, you'll see more Nigerian Americans and immigrants with them tech jobs and things like that. And I started to think about this, right? And I said, America sometimes have a problem with putting Black Americans in certain positions. Check this. Obama, so-called our first Black president, right? Obama had a white mama and his daddy was from Kenya. Someone had explained to me white Americans see Black Americans different. See Black immigrants different. They don't have a guilt trip with Black immigrants because they didn't enslave those Black immigrants. Nigerians wasn't in the cotton fields of America, right? It's more of a guilt trip with us. So I started to think about this. I said, yeah, Kamala Harris, so-called the first Black lady to run for, she's an Asian American. Her people and her ancestry wasn't in them cotton fields. White America don't have a guilt trip with her, Obama, and these other people they tried to put in these positions who we just say, oh, no. These jobs in Silicon Valleys, a lot of these tech jobs, they're more friendly towards Nigerian immigrants or other Black immigrants from across the world over time. People never looked at this deep. I was listening to a lecture and people say that. So in a sense, yes, these people do get jobs that we could have,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't have a problem with it. You know what I mean? Let the competition begin. If we're not competing on that high level, then give
Mm-hmm.
it to the people who are competing on the high level. It is what it is, right? So that's how I kind of feel about it. But y'all should think about that more deeply, what I just said.
Chief, I want you to stay up there. I got a second question because this kind of goes more to you. Not more to you, it goes to both of you. But I know you say that FBA doesn't discuss reparations, and that this will give you some time to flush out your point. Appreciate y'all both. Once again, 250 plus people in the chat. Follow both channels. We don't care, where you watch the show, whether it be Tri Media or whether it be Carnivorous Podcast. But we got 254 people in the chat. You should be subscribing to the channels. You should be liking the videos. Mods, get the Instagram links in there. Get the Discord links in there. Join Chef's Discord. Join TMI's Discord so we can have conversations. So I want to talk about reparations because I really want to get to this hip-hop conversation because that's where the sources are. And we're an hour in. After this, I'm going to play a commercial. Go ahead.
The format so far is you've been asking us questions, and I love it.
You want to be able to ask each other questions.
No, but it is a few things I do want to share my screen on, though.
Oh no problem at all. Once I come back from commercial, once I come back from commercial, then I'll let you. I'll give you 10 minutes or so to let you share your screen.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. So here's the question: should reparations only go to FBAs? Or should all descendants of enslaved Africans be included? So I'm going to repeat it. Should the reparations only go to FBAs? And I'm going to send that to the chat. I don't know if y'all could do a poll for the directors backstage. Do a poll because I'd be interested to see what these people in the chat what they think about it. Or y'all could just answer in your comments. But should reparations only go to FBAs or should all descendants of enslaved Africans be included? Go ahead, Chief.
This is why I loved and the founders of ADOS, Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, because they had to straighten this out, right? People were mad at ADOS founders because they felt the ADOS founders was dissing other Black immigrants, right? And I said, no, they were just explaining reparative justice and who would get it in a court of law. This is why Antonio Moore, the attorney, was explaining how it's going to go down or how it should go down, how it will work, or how it will get thrown out of court. See, we're American descendants of slavery. So America's only responsible for what America did to its slaves. It's not responsible for some Nigerians and Jamaicans. So, see, Britain's responsible for the slavery in Jamaica. They give the Jamaicans reparations. So whoever's in them cotton fields of America, that's all America is responsible for. And Antonio Moore, the attorney, was trying to explain this. This is how it will work. It won't work if we add others of the diaspora or immigrants who live in America. It won't work that way to get thrown out. This is the way we had that team of ADOS really representing. The lady worked on Capitol Hill. She understood politics and how to legislate and how to lobby. She understood that. And Tone Loc understood the law, right? Tariq Nasheed and FBA don't understand nothing about that. They can't represent us and teach us and help us on an intellectual level and about reparations advocacy. Okay, so yeah, so that's the
So
thing.
to the question, so do you think it should only go to foundational Black Americans or all descendants of enslaved Africans? Yes or no?
Only to ADOS, American descendants of slavery.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, Truth, and then we'll go to commercial. Then I'll let y'all do a little bit back and forth. And for those that are wondering why I'm talking, it's because I own Trimedia, right? This is my channel. I am hosting the shows, right? I put these ideas together along with a team of people, but you know, this hosting thing is not easy to just ask a question because I know also who I'm talking to. If it was just two people I didn't know, I'd ask the question and just mute my mic. But I want to give a little bit more engagement before I open up the panel. So, indigenous Black men, stop hating on brass. I don't know why I just keep picking it out. When you say my name in the chat, it's just it boggles my mind. But go ahead, Truth. The question is, let me see. The question is, should reparations only go to FBAs or should all descendants of enslaved Africans be included? Go ahead.
I'm in agreement with Chief X on this one. It's for us. I mean, the Caribbean got CARICOM, so let them deal with that over there, and we deal with our people over here. It's really that simple.
So you don't think that? So now let me ask you a question. What is the foundation? What is the FBA's position on reparations? Should it only go to the 3 classifications that fall under FBA, or do they think it should go to essentially everyone? But I know what you're saying, but I'm trying to get an idea also of what FBA is, or like what do they say? But what does FBA say in regards to reparations?
If you want to use the word, the acronym FBA, Foundational Black Americans, that's what it means. Foundation. Those who are foundational to this country. Those who are descendants. Again, is using the same basic terminology of ADOS. Those who are descendants of American slavery. They advocate. Apparently, they advocate for that, or that movement represents that. Now, whether it's a different discussion, or whether do they have the political capital to get it done? That's a separate question. But what do they advocate for is the same thing as ADOS. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Now, real quick, give me 30 seconds on CARICOM. What is it?
What is it called? Caribbean Reparations Committee. I believe that's what it stands for. CRC, CARICOM. That's a number of Caribbean islands, like Chief X referenced, like British, like Jamaica, islands that were inhabited by the British. They get together, Barbados and places like that, get together and they say, hey, Britain, you owe us money for all the hell you put us through. When you gonna pay us? When you gonna pay up? You know. Now, here's the deal. They never advocated for Black Americans. Nothing in their platform is advocating for for us. So why are they upset when ADOS comes on the scene and say, hey, we're going to take care of our people? They were upset.
Mm-hmm.
But in the Caribbean, I didn't see them advocating for the Black Americans in America. So, so let's take care of our own here. That's it.
All right, commercial break.
I agree with you.
Try media. Hey, Try media. It's DQ, baby. Try media. Check. Try media innovations. We gotta wait. What? Took a little minute, was patient, but now we take it. Anytime we want in this game, my situation is entertainment intertwined with information. Alchemist soul, how we move the tassel and roll. It's amazing how we can turn something brass to gold. And we steady making hits. Architect with the prop in the scripts. It's logical that the product will flip. My boy Chef did the lineup. I'm fresh in the bitch. Carnivorous podcast, the newest show on the list. DQ on the boat, so I'm rocking the ship. Swallow music gon' be dope and the artist legit. Hold my beard, concrete cord, then stepped in the door. See, that's my man and he reppin' for show. And true Saviour's a player with flavor. Lexicon Taylor, lines on point like a laser. We need that paper, we building the vault. Cause you niggas don't listen, y'all be waiting to talk. Lack accountability and try to make it our fault. But opposing us is trying to arm wrestle the hawk. You coming up short on your re-up, nigga we up. Really wouldn't want to be up. I kick my feet up. My beef is wagyu and my trunk is all speakers. Bills is all blue and my blunt is all reefer. With plausible deniability, that boy eater. High quality whack juice by the liter. They like to call us ops, we got Oppenheimer features. That's the bomb out on the island just to teach you.
All right, we back. Hopefully you took the opportunity to follow both channels. If you don't understand how commercials work, then you probably have never watched TV. It's to advertise everybody. We advertise True Saviour in there. Chief X, put your channel link in the back chat so you can get into the general chat. And it's obvious to advertise the businesses. So moving forward, I want to give Truth before we get into the hip hop conversation, because that's I want to get into that too. Chief X, I'm gonna give you about 5-10 minutes to present the information that you wanted to present. You want to share your screen?
Sure. Let me get it together. Share my screen. The entire screen. The system audio. All right. What do you see? Do the audience see a screen up?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's do this. Let me start with this.
It kind of looks like a rabbit hole.
Okay.
A rabbit hole.
So
you gotta mute the YouTube on your screen. Well, I can hear myself on your listening.
Yeah, I paused my YouTube.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So real quick. This is ADOS has a Wikipedia page. FBA doesn't have a Wikipedia page. ADOS founders and views. ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery Movement, right, was founded by Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, who co-host online ADOS radio shows. Carnell has been an aide for two Democratic politicians, Senator Barbara Boxer and Congressman Robert Marion Barry. Antonio Moore is a defense attorney in Los Angeles, right? So when I go to FBA and pull it up, it says FBA right here. Then it gives, so what are you talking about, right? So it says FBA may refer to, can you guys see that clearly?
Yep, I can see it
It says
clear. I can see it clear.
FBA may refer to, what's the top one say right there? Brass?
It says foundation may be Federal British Auto Bar Association.
No, the first one. Let me make it bigger.
Yeah, you gotta make it bigger. It says FBA may refer to Foundational Black America.
Okay. So let me click on that. Bam. I clicked on it. Guess what pops up? Tariq Nasheed. If you're saying FBA, Tariq Nasheed is your leader. Tariq Nasheed is your influencer because he coined FBA. He is FBA. You see how it works? Now, ADOS has a website here, right? Ooh, let me go over to here. Hold on. I had FBA's website up here. Let me make sure. Okay, here we go. Oops, wait a minute. Let me pause this. Oops. Hold on, y'all. I didn't mean to play that. It just started playing because I clicked on it. So I found it right here. When Tariq Nasheed has his FBA rally, he's not just talking about black folk. It's a rally for reparations, it says. ADOS is a movement, an advocacy movement for reparations. So is FBA. If you're saying FBA, you're supposed to be talking about a group of people rallying or advocating for reparations. So when he came on first and said, Chief X said, Tariq Nasheed ain't connected to none of that and blah, 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 blah. That's true. Tariq Nasheed has never advocated for reparations. We had to get into what advocacy moved. This was a money grab. That's what this rally was. And these were his speakers. Riza Islam, a known scammer, a known fearmongerer. Vicky Dillard, a crazy bat. This guy, Greg Maxwell Dixon, this gay guy from, I think he's from Atlanta. Afro Elite, this fake doctor named Randy Scott. Black Alpha, this black supremacy dude. And Dr. Mayat, I have nothing bad to say about Dr. Mayat, but, you know, I won't even get into that. But this is what it was about, right? So when you go to his website and scroll down, hold on, my stuff froze for a second. I ain't gonna be long, but I got so many tabs up, it just freezes sometimes. Can y'all hear me though?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. Okay, maybe that's not it. Where is it?
Also, shout to Dr. Mayat. She had a good show. Hold on real quick. She had a good show on hip hop the other day. So peace to the sister. I love your work. Go ahead, Chief.
ADOS has been talked about. This is ABC News Channel. No news channel, no politicians ever refer to Tariq Nasheed and FBA. Right? William Darity was the economist who was down with ADOS. Right? ABC News mentioned him. Right? What did they say? Sandy Darity, who's a PhD and an economist and professor of public policy at Duke University's Stanford School of Public Policy. When the ADOS came out, they had Darity put together this economy, and it was it's damn near a journal, and he broke it down what it should be in the economy of reparations. Tariq Nasheed stole all that kind of stuff, right? Real quick. And here's William Darity. He's a PhD and an economist at Duke University, right? This is how together ADOS was. This is how professional ADOS was. Now, what did I'm passing some things because I don't want to be too long. I had so much. I didn't know we wasn't going to be sharing our screen. But real quick, this says what? Cal matters. California is the first state to tackle reparations for Black residents. What that really means. Not one politician in California messes with Tariq Nasheed. He hasn't interviewed any of the politicians who are of what? Real quick, it's coming up. California has a reparations task force, as you see on the screen. The California Reparations Task Force was a non-regulatory state agency in California established by California Assembly Bill 3121 in a 2020 study. Guess who influenced this California Reparations Task Force? And that California was ahead of the curve on? ADOS. After ADOS began to advocate for reparations for Black Americans, California jumped on it and was influenced by ADOS. They wasn't influenced by FBA. In this California Reparations Task Force, right? They're talking about for African Americans, especially those who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. It was the country's first statewide reparations task force committee. Now, Tariq Nasheed is from California, but he has nothing to do with this, won't even mention this task force, and they don't mess with him. For a reason, because he's an unsavory character. FBA is attached to a lot of baggage, right? The task force was designed to recommend ways to educate the California public of the task force findings and proposed remedies. It had 5 members appointed by the governor. I know these people. I will list these 5 members. That's from somewhere else. Has Tariq Nasheed interviewed any of these 5 members? Have the 5 members even mentioned Tariq Nasheed? Nope. He's an unsavory character that no politician would want to attach their name to him. This is why on a serious topic of reparations, we cannot be talking about FBA and attaching ourselves to Tariq Nasheed. He will blow it. They will take Black Americans as a joke. Like we just up here playing some game. As he got videos of Mink Slide and all this old stuff, right? Listen here. You cannot take serious people, oops, who have books out. This thing is slow. Here we go. Who have books out with images like this. But he's FBA with an Asian girl. But I'm not going to judge his past. He grew up and matured. But I'm just giving you reasons why you cannot be in cahoots with FBA and the founder of FBA, Tariq Nasheed, on a serious matter for Black folk. Here is Tariq Nasheed's wife and his wife's mama. But he keeps saying white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy, while he's in bed with white supremacy. While he fearmongers you, he's doing something else. Now, check this out. I'm going to wrap it up real quick. I'm going to wrap it up. This stuff is so slow. This is a reparations task force in California. And these black folk right here are on the reparations task force for California. All professional, credentialed people who know what they're doing. Senator Stephen Bradford. He was big on cannabis. I met him at cannabis meetings before I got my cannabis license. Dr. Amos C. Brown, Dr. Cheryl Grills, Lisa Holder, Assemblyman such and such, Dr. Jovan Scott. Now you see the unsavory characters Tariq is dealing with and who was speaking at his rally. You see who's in Tariq's video, in his Tariq Nasheed's documentaries. Brother Polite, Rizza Islam, Brother Polite, a guy who's in prison for being a child predator. Phil Valentine, Layla Africa, all these pseudo health people. Umar Johnson, a known scammer. Runoko Rashidi, Sabir Bey, Kaba Kamini, aka Booker T. All these frauds, scammers, and grifters have gravitated to Tariq Nasheed and is in his videos. They're speakers at his rallies for reparations. What are y'all talking about? Look at these professional people. Has Tariq interviewed any of them? This is why I tell you it's a joke what Tariq Nasheed and FBA is doing. Can you guys see my screen?
Your screen came down.
Just recently, or has it been down?
No, just like in the last 15 seconds. Let me add it. Let me see if I can add it back to the stage. Okay, it's back. Your screen came down. Go ahead.
Okay. So look at these professional people that's fighting on behalf of Black America for reparations. What are y'all thinking? Attaching yourself to FBA, pimping and macking and entertainment and playing and fear mongering. You guys have got to be joking. Politico got a whole article on California and the money about the money. Reparations now. This is what FBA and ADOS is about. Period. There's nothing else it's about but advocating for reparations. Now, people in the chat can talk that crazy stuff all they want. They know I'm cooking. Okay? Check this out. And I'm going to end this. This is Tariq Nasheed's family. Now, I'm not talking about his family. You love who you love. While Tariq Nasheed's wife's mother on the right, while he's talking about white supremacy every other sentence and fear-mongering, y'all, who respects this type of stuff when you're talking reckless all on YouTube? While this lady's over at your house on Juneteenth. I mean, it's so much contradicting stuff I want to get into, but I don't have that much time to share my screen. I got a whole presentation. I'm going to do it on my own tomorrow. When people see my presentation tomorrow, they're going to have their mouth dropped. I'm going to clearly show you that FBA and Tariq Nasheed is nothing but a grift. Everything Tariq has done has been detrimental to Black folk. Let me stop sharing my screen. I'll save the other. Everything Tariq Nasheed has done to Black folk or has for Black folk is detrimental. Put me on the big screen. I'm going to end this in 30 seconds. He has done nothing but miseducate Black folk. When you go to Hidden Colors on the on Wikipedia, it'll tell you no one agrees with anything in Hidden Colors. It's a bunch of quack conspiracy nonsense. It's a bunch of revised and fake history. On Tariq Nasheed's website, I wanted to show you, he wanted to tell you who FBA is. And let me end it with that. Okay, here we go. This is Tariq Nasheed's website, and we're gonna end it on this.
You're not sharing your screen.
Oh shoot! How am I popping off? Is
No,
this something you're doing?
you said take it. You said take it down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me
Yep.
put it back up.
Boy, you got the chat going. I'll tell you this though.
I'm cooking.
And then and before we get into the hip hop conversation, I'm gonna let you respond, Truth, and then we'll move into the hip hop conversation because I know you got some videos you want to present.
Okay. Where was it? I had his website. Okay. Here goes Tariq Nasheed's FBA website. You know who Tariq Nasheed is talking about and pushing? And we'll end on this. He's describing his FBA flag. He's talking about us. But in the midst of talking to us, he says what the 3 stars represent. The represents 3 groups who make up the ethnic group that will become foundational Black Americans. The Aboriginal people of North America. What he's saying is Black folk was here before Columbus. This is a bunch of hogwash. He says the other third part is the Black explorers and traders who had contact with the Americas before Columbus. This is all fake revised history and BS. The only thing he got right is the captives brought to the Western Hemisphere from Africa. It's no such thing as Black Aboriginal people in North America. Aboriginal people, Aboriginal means is talking about original Australians. People have no clue to talking about Aboriginal people. Aboriginal people are original Australians only. Aboriginal is not a term for Africans. Aboriginal is not a term for white folk. Aboriginal is not a term for Asian folk. It's only a term for original Australians. Tariq Nasheed is pushing that we was already here. We were the Olmecs. All these unsavory characters he's in cahoots with, Kabe Kamini, who's talking about melanin gives you superpowers. Delbert Blair, all in his videos, these quacks. Phil Valentine, all in his video, who's flat earthers. What are you guys attaching yourself to? Do you really know? Tony Browder talking about we ancient Egyptians and Egyptians sailed to America. All this crazy talk. You guys have attached yourself with dealing with FBA and Tariq Nasheed. It's embarrassing on a world stage to be attached to Tariq Nasheed, who is FBA. We're not separating that. If you're saying FBA, Tariq Nasheed is your leader. Period. ADOS don't have leaders. We just have founders and politicians we deal with who are credentialed and professional and can be respected on the world stage to push a serious topic about reparations in America. Talking about FBA and Tariq Nasheed is laughable. Now, somebody in the chat said FBA and ADOS is the same thing. I mean, the intent is it's the same group of people, yeah. But the intent of both groups is totally different. One group is a grift, who's on a money grab, who lives in California, and no people in California and politicians mess with Tariq Nasheed. I'm in LA, I know, trust me. Don't connect me to no Tariq Nasheed on no serious subject.
Peace to you, Chief. Go ahead. Go ahead, Truth. I'm gonna give you however much time you want to respond. If you do want to respond, we'll play a short commercial, then we're gonna get into the hip hop conversation. And I want to open up the panel to the people. Now, I want to be very clear about something, right? We do these shows on Tribe Media, we do the shows on Carnivorous, but Truth and Chief have their own channels. The links are in the chat. I'm going to tune into the show tomorrow on FBA. I'm going to tune into, I know True Saviour is going to do a show. I'm going to do a show on that. I'm going to pay attention to that. But we're here to get the information out, right? So I know, you guys want to fight, go back and forth. Not you guys, I'm talking about in the chat. This is in no way TMI or carnivorous saying that, we hate FBA or we hate ADOS, this, that, and the other. We're just more about getting the information out to the people in an unbiased way so we can hear Chief X's point, hear the chat's point, but then also hear True Saviour's point. So True Saviour, give me your point on it.
Well, I mean, it's a lot of personal issues going on. So that aside, let me say this, that aside the personal thing, what I really want to speak to is that this movement really started, and Chief X, you could correct me if I'm wrong. I believe John Conyers was probably the first one to introduce. I'm not sure if it was called HR 40 then when he introduced. I'm sure maybe it was. And then of course Sheila Jackson Lee took over. I'm not sure about the history in terms of when ADOS became involved in that at that point, or did they come at the same time Sheila Jackson Lee took over? I'm not sure about the chronology about that. But what I am, and you spoke about the fact that they're an advocacy group and they're more connected politically, and I would agree with that. But at the end of the day, where has that gotten us? Are we any closer to reparations on a federal level? Now, we tried to do it in California. You know more about it than I do. And unfortunately, our own people, from what I heard, and you could correct me because you're there. So, but from what I heard, our own people sabotaged it. So I don't know why they sabotaged it. And like I said, you probably can speak to it, but what is going on when here we have not congresspersons, I'm talking about in California, assembly persons and things of that nature. You have political activists and political leaders who are supposed to be the best and the brightest of our people advocating for us, and then they let this failure happen. How is that possible? So, I mean, in terms of casting blame and saying, because again, I'm not defending Tariq, I'm just saying, what is the accountability of all our great activists who have outstanding resumes, and yet they failed us? What is going on? How come this HR 40 still stalled for years and years? Everybody's laughing at us. So you could talk bad about Tariq. Again, I'm not defending him, but you can't prop up these guys that have these high resumes and they ain't getting jack done. That's it.
Trimedia Records.
This is my story. Get the story.
On your ID, you see me calling nigga. Out of his league, a workaholic nigga. Nickname, big game, big thing. Handle his business, he never switched lanes. Had some brain surgeries in high school. Still came out that bitch a top dude. Moved to the city of the Mavericks. Came out this bitch dropping classics.
All right, so we back at it. So I want to move the conversation forward.
I almost start pop locking. I almost got up and started popping.
We're gonna move the conversation forward.
Hip hop.
I think that was a nice. Yeah, I got you. Because that's leading into the next conversation. So now this is probably the conversation most people want to hear about. FBA versus WTF. I think we'll be able to flush that out in the chat. Put the name of some people where we can have this conversation, because I think I am now interested in having this FBA conversation. I wasn't really before, but get some people in the chat. I want some people that are not just only FBA, right? Or not just only or ADOS, but I'd like to get the Pan-Africans involved in all of this too. So let's have a lineage movement group conversation. I'm going to put some money to it and see if we can't have a larger conversation. I know Lord Abba, he's involved with ADOS, right? He's with Yvette Carnell and stuff like that. But I want to find some other people and just take this conversation to a different level. So now we're talking about hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, right?
I'm gonna ignore the
So
chat. I'm gonna ignore the chat because
yeah, no, I don't. You can't pay attention to this. I learned
yeah,
from a
yeah.
wise man. Don't. It's called the peanut gallery. Don't worry about the peanut gallery. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna love you. Then they're gonna kill you again. So, hip hop. So now, Chief X, I want you to take 30 seconds. I'm gonna let you give you time to prime your chat because I'm gonna let True Savior start. You believe that and hip hop in the Bronx started and was created simultaneously with African Americans in the Bronx. So you believe that the way hip hop started was African Americans and Latinos 50-50 simultaneously created hip hop, yes or no?
It's more nuanced than that.
Okay, no, take
Uh,
30 seconds and take 30 seconds and give us the nuance because now we're gonna get into the sharing of the screen and the hip hop conversation. This is gonna get serious. Because Truth has a bunch of sources. I'm sure you have sources because I saw your show. I saw it 2 days ago when I was on the plane, and it was very informative. Things I didn't know. So, and don't forget we have an FBA reparations poll. I think it's on like 30 something votes. Vote on that, and let's see where we at. Hold on, I keep forgetting my Mac is connected to my phone, so I gotta take my phone off. Give me 1 second. So explain really quickly, nuanced. Yes, Abba's a free. Somebody put that comment back. Yes, Abba's a freedman. Yvette reject. Thank you, Jersey. Nuanced. I just need to know somewhere in there. Explain what your actual stance is, so that I can then allow True Savior to go in. So explain your. Go ahead and explain. Go ahead.
so yeah, I made a video saying that hip hop was created simultaneously with blacks and Puerto Ricans. Um, I, I'm gonna fall back on that statement, but because hip hop has what 5 elements, right? MCing, DJing, breakdancing, graffiti. Um, what's the other one? Help me out. I'm missing one.
Knowledge.
Go ahead, True.
Initially, it's knowledge.
Oh, okay. Well, I added my own. I
I know
said
you added
5.
your own. Yes, you already.
Yeah, I said popping
Popping, locking. Yeah.
and locking. I added, right, which to
Okay.
me is a different dance than break dancing, right? Because I'm a popper. I pop. My brother's a breaker. I was a popper, right? So that's to me. There's 5, right? So out of those 5 elements, I'm saying black folk was the authors, the origin created the DJing, the MCing, which are 2 of the most powerful forces in hip hop, right? DJing and MCing, right? Breakdancing and graffiti kind of fell off, right? Uh, um, they doing it overseas, though. They breaking and popping overseas big time. They filling out arenas. Our kids gave it up. I say black Americans gave hip hop away. All we want to do is rap now. You know what I mean? So I'm saying black folk created the MCing and the DJing. Graffiti was vastly more of a Puerto Rican thing, and black folk got involved in it. I think I tried to prove that in my video, right? Graffiti was more so Puerto Ricans than black folk, although black folk was in it. Now they say some guy in Philly was the first person to do graffiti and tag, but he just tagged the name. But it was devoid of the artwork. The artwork, and when graffiti jumped off, it was mainly Puerto Ricans. Puerto Ricans also was the vast majority of the breakdancing. That's what I mean by simultaneously breakdancing was created by blacks and Puerto Ricans. So black folk created or led 3 out of the 5 elements is what I was saying. Okay. Now I know we want to have it all But if we're being honest, all you got to do is, well, like, okay. So when Cool Herc, I'm going off the head because I don't have anything up to share on the screen. Cool
Okay.
Herc jumped it off DJing, and then some other people said there was somebody before Cool Herc. But when
Mm-hmm.
Cool Herc and Bambaataa jumped it off and took the music to the streets, the people in the neighborhood danced to it. You have apartment complexes and projects that's mixed black and Puerto Rican. So when the music came to the streets, blacks and Puerto Ricans danced to the music that black folk brought to the street simultaneously. I've proved this. And most of them came out of gangs that were in the late 60s in Bronx and in New York. Those gangs turned into dancing, and instead of gang wars and fighting, they was breakdancing and having competitions with each other. Now, these gangs, it's about 8 of them. 70% of these gangs were Puerto Rican. This is a fact. 30%. This is a fact.
No,
I
it's
don't.
just I can see True Savior. I can see the hamster in True Savior's braid just saying, I'm a kill him. But go ahead.
So
Hey,
so
do me a favor though.
so.
Wrap it up because I want to let True
Okay, let me wrap
get
it
it.
up. Let me wrap it up.
Okay, go ahead.
So when you see the film of the early breakdancers, the first breakdancers and the first breakdance crews, they were 90% Puerto Rican and a few blacks sprinkled in them. Crazy Legs, Rock Steady crew, and Rock Steady. That name came up out of Up Rockin' and Top Rockin'. Up Rockin' and Top Rockin' was a Latin dance and a Latin thing. Anybody can look this up. So when they up rock and do all that, that started in Latin New York with the Puerto Ricans. A lot of ground moves started with the blacks, but when breaking really jumped off, it was 1977. When
Mm-hmm.
breaking really jumped off, and you can see the videos and you can see kids doing this. Oh, they were vastly Puerto Ricans.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so go ahead, True. The floor is yours. They're begging for you in the chat. Go ahead, my
All right.
brother.
Okay. So when do you think this 5-element, I'm gonna ask the question first and then I get into it. When do you think this 5-element of hip hop came about? If you know.
Well, the first two elements kind of
No, I'm not. I'm like
jumped
a
off.
year. I'm talking about a year or so, or a period.
1972, I would say. 1972, the DJ and MC jumped off 1972. I stand
Okay.
to be corrected. I'm not.
Which,
Let me just clear this. I'm not debating True Savior on this. He may know more about it. My only thing was to talk about breakdancing and graffiti and who was the vast majority of that.
okay.
So,
Okay. So would you be surprised if I said 81? That notion was conceived, the 5 elements or hip hop culture. Would that surprise you if I said 81?
no, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't surprise me. I've read that actually.
Okay. So the question begs, then what was it called before it was named? Because it wasn't hip hop. So what it
Right.
was actually Black American culture, kids having fun. All right. That's what it was before Bambaataa decided to classify this particular period in time hip hop. Now, when I look at hip hop, you have to look at it in the sense of what culture was the dominant culture at the time. When you look at flyers during that period of time, you will never see any reference to Latino culture or Caribbean culture.
I
All
agree too.
huh?
I agree with you.
All references to any flyers in the 70s and even partially in the up to the mid 80s does not reference any other culture but Black American culture. You'll see 5%, you'll see Islam, you'll see things like that. You'll see, everything that is referenced in these flyers refer to Black American culture. So what we're talking about is a Black American culture. Another thing, the language of hip hop is rooted in AABE. That goes without dispute. Everybody that speaks in the way that Black Americans speak, whether they're Latino or Caribbean, adapted that style of speech because that was the predominant culture in the city of New York, I might as well say in any city in America. The dominant culture was Black America, Black Americans in the 70s. Okay, when we talk about the music, the first music being produced on the streets of New York City was funk music primarily. Were there any other music being played? Of course. But we're talking about 90. If you listen to
I'm a
any
funk baby.
okay, if you
I'm
listen
a
to
funk.
any of the so-called pioneers that were there, they'll tell you that it was. Even Kool Herc will tell you that was funk music. He's saying that James Brown was his greatest inspiration. Kool Herc's the person that he looked up to was a brother named John Brown, a Black American, who he stole his playlist from. There's a lot. So the story is being told that Kool Herc started hip hop. That's a lie. And when you dive into the history and you weed all this fairy tale stuff out of it, you realize that the story you've been told is not accurate. The fact that people like Flash and Bambaataa, whether or not they had Caribbean ancestry, matters not when the culture of New York City was in fact Black American culture. And so you have to look at hip hop or that period of time through the lens of Black American culture. That's the only way you can determine whether or not who birthed this culture. Now, I remember, now I'm going to go to your something you said in your video, and you made a reference to the twins being Puerto Rican. I forgot to send Brass a picture of me with the twins. Let me assure you, they're Black American. I honestly don't know where you got that from, but I'm not going to question. But trust me, and matter of fact, I know a person who knows them more so than I don't really know them. I met them, but I have a friend of mine from the Bronx who knows them very well. And they assured me they are Black American. And I know that you use them to say that if they're considered the first B-boys and they were Puerto Rican, clearly they started it. Now, that's a problem because they're Black American. You have a question or no?
Yeah, because you were saying that Kool Herc didn't. I forget the guy's name. Who?
John Brown?
Are you saying that? No, it was another guy. Start with an S. He's
Flash?
Afro Puerto Rican. No.
You talking
See,
about,
I
you
have
talking
you.
about DJ? Oh, hold up. You talking about DJ Checks Hollywood?
No.
Or was he a break? Was he a
It,
breaker? Was he a breaker or DJ?
no, he was a DJ. They say because it's about two different people. They say it was before Kool Herc and African Bambaataa.
Are they
And you
saying
say
King?
one
Are
of
you
them?
saying Disco King Mario?
Are you thinking of him?
No. Go ahead, finish your spill. I'll find it.
Okay, well, because there was a rumor out there that said that DJ King Mario was half Puerto Rican. So there's a lot of rumors out there who was
No, he's black.
so-called Puerto Rican. So you got to be careful what you read because most of it is not true. And like I said, I've been doing this kind of research for over 2 years, believe it or not, and I still don't know half the story. But it's no way that you can know this in a few days or a few weeks. It's too much out there to come to an opinion as to what the history is. I rely on people that I know from the Bronx. I'm not initially from the Bronx, but I speak to people from the Bronx who were there. Go ahead.
DJ Smokey.
DJ Smokey.
Dude,
What about
DJ
him?
Smokey and the Smokatrons. They
Okay.
say that was before.
There's yes, he was before Herc as well. Yes. And there's a rumor, and it may be true, that he has Latino ancestry. Again, you always got to point, don't get lost in ethnicity or race. You have to look at culture. What music was he playing? He wasn't playing Dominican music. He wasn't playing salsa. He wasn't playing reggae or any other form of Caribbean music. The culture of the music, and he would attest to it himself. He was on a panel. I forget the show. He was on the phone, and Grand Mixer DXT had him call in, and he would tell you what the culture was. So my videos. I don't know if you ever seen my videos. My videos deal with the culture. What was the
I'm gonna
dominant?
check you out tonight.
What was the dominant culture
Black
that
culture.
fuel what we call hip hop. And you will
Black
see
culture.
through a series of my videos that it's clearly Black American culture. And so that's how you know who started it. Now you said,
See,
now,
that's why I told Brad. That's why I told Brass. Me, I don't really disagree with the brother. It was just a few nuances that I have a difference on. But I basically agree with him. Black culture. It jumped off in black culture.
okay, well, and because you
So
had
with
said,
DJ Smokey that they say was before Cool Herc.
yeah,
He
DJ
was a.
Smokey,
I think he. Someone said he had a black mom and a Latin dad, but his
right,
dad was in a Latin band.
right, exactly. And you also Disco King Mario was also before Kool Herc. You have DJ Kool D and Tyrone the Mixologist before Kool Herc. There was a lot of brothers before Kool Herc. You can't forget Grandmaster Flowers from Brooklyn. He was a very famous DJ as well. DJ Hollywood. All these guys either came at the same time or predate Herc. Now, so let me get to this point. I'm trying to remember your video. So you said something about the rubber band being the first to create up rocking.
Right.
Now, let me just give you
Rubber band man.
Rubber band man. Okay. Now, let me give you an example of the Latinos will call their dance rocking. And it was similar to what the brothers were doing called burning and going off. Those dances are very similar. And why are they similar? Because they lived in the same neighborhoods, they went to the same schools, but the music was done to Black American music. That shows you the connection. That was the connection. Because in the 60s, Puerto Ricans were finding their identity. There's a video where Felipe Luciano was talking about the plight of Puerto Ricans in New York City during the 60s. They were void of who they were, and they were looking for an identity. And they gravitated to what we were doing, and as a result, they created a new sound they call Latin Boogaloo and Latin Soul. Now, the question becomes, for people who are trying to find themselves, and this is Felipe Luciano saying this, right? How in the heck can the people who are just finding themselves, and this is the beginning of where salsa music is about to take off. The creation of Fania All-Stars is taking off. Salsa music is making a move. And it's becoming big, not so much in America, but in Latin America. And more Latinos are starting to gravitate to this new thing that Fania All-Stars was creating, right? My question is, how could those people help create a genre that's clearly identified by Black American elements? That becomes the question. And so let me get back to Rubber Band Man. You said Rubber Band, or whatever his name is. I think he was from the Rockwell Association. You said you credit him for creating up rock. Now, there are similar forms of up rock. And I want, Brass, if you don't mind, I sent you
I was just about to ask you which video, which video did you want me to play?
Letter A. Pee Wee dance. I want to show you this dance of a brother from 1971. From what I understand is he's either from the Manhattan or the Bronx. His name is Pee Wee Dance. This is a form of up rocking the brothers were doing, and he was a b-boy since 1971. So I want you to check him out real quick.
How much of this do you want me to play? And
You can just play like 30 seconds of it.
Okay, is there a licensing to it?
Oh yeah, don't play the music.
Okay.
No, I mean you can play clips. You're okay.
If you don't care, I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, if you're not monetized, it's good.
Right, you're not monetized. If you
No, we are though. We are. We are.
Now, this is a form of up rocking that the brothers were doing in the early 70s. This is a part. He's one of the original b-boys, one of them.
So now, what are you saying that he's doing?
That's called up rocking.
I'll put the link in the chat for people that want to.
That's called up rocking, right? And so when you see people like You heard it. I'm sure you heard of names like Trixie and Sasa and the legendary twins and all of those brothers. They were called B-boys. They were the first amongst many of the first B-boys. The Puerto Ricans were not B-boying back then. They were doing a form of dance they called rocking. And I'm going to, if I got time, I'll play with what I'm talking about, what they were doing. And you'll get to see the difference and the similarities because it comes from the same root, meaning Black American culture, right? So what I want to do, Brask, if you can play, let me see, what is
I
this?
got B loaded pause for you. I just don't know
Okay,
what
if you got
the
B loaded.
timestamp. What's the timestamp for it though?
Okay, you got the timestamp for B?
No, there's no. It just has a link for B. What is the timestamp you want me to play for?
3 minutes 25 seconds.
To what?
It's really short. Maybe it's
Okay.
probably only like 350, maybe.
Okay. Just tell me when to stop.
It might be 20.
All right.
So before you play it,
okay, go ahead.
This is a form of dance they call rocking. Okay. This is the leader of TBB rocking crew. Okay, they were formerly a graffiti crew and they became a rocking crew. Oh, you can start right there. This is the picture right there. If you play a little bit of it, that's little boy Keith. He's showing you the original B-boy dance. And so before you go into the other part where I talk about Bat showing you
so this is playing from 325.
That's where it's 325. Go back to maybe
I'm at 325 right now.
Go to 319. Go 319. This is Little Boy Keith. This is the original breakdancing style.
Some kind of a dance out of it. Ironically, by 1976,
yeah, that's 319.
It started spreading.
Okay, there you go. That's it. Keep playing.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna run it back real quick. I'm gonna go directly to 319. Okay, gotcha.
Ironically, by 1976, it started spreading like a rash throughout the Bronx. And
that's a little bit of that, but there's more.
You had all these crews coming out. It wasn't no breakdancing, no. It was called rock. Why? Because the dance itself emerged from up rock, which is the dance that people used to do back in the day. You know, we used to dress each other, do the little turnaround thing. You know, you flip your man, you got a shotgun, you shoot the guy. It was almost like fighting without the violence.
Okay, stop it right there. Okay, now that's called if you ever heard the B-boy crew called the Bronx Boys, that's the leader, Batch, and he's telling you what the style of dancing that they were doing in 75 before they really turned into a breaking crew. Okay, so let me see. So you have to make the distinction not to mix up rocking with b-boying. It's totally different. Load up. Let's do this. Let's do it in order. This way you will get, and I'm going to.
And then Chief, I'm going to give you a chance to respond, but I just want to share the screen.
Chief, if you want to respond now, you can if you want to. If you want to respond, you can if you want to before I move on.
What letter am I loading up, Truth, so I can load it up for you?
Okay, I really want to do, let's see. Do I real quick. I.
Okay, I. H. Now I has times but no video. Unless I'm making a mistake. Is this I? Let me ask you a question. Is this I? Is I the Latin breakdown which says
yes,
oh really?
Yes.
Okay. Because after that there's no videos.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
So you can start at 4 minutes.
Hold on 1 second. It's being stubborn, but I get it. Why is this on commercials? Oh, because I'm on my account. Okay, give me 1 second. Don't worry, Chief. I got you, brother. I'm gonna make sure you get your words off. You get a chance. 1 second. I'm not on the Tri Media account. So there's gonna be a commercial. Hold on, just talk for a second. I need to fix something. Just talk for a second. I need to fix something.
Yeah, take
Okay.
your time.
Yeah, take your time. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but
We got all night.
Matter of fact, y'all talk back and forth. Like I'm actually down for this. I like these kinds of shows. Y'all talk back and forth for a second. I just got to make sure I'm on my account because there's no commercials, or the Tribe Media account.
all right.
There's no commercials.
Okay, Chief X. Let me ask you this: do you have any questions of what I've presented thus far? Any issues?
No issues. I don't too much disagree with what you've said so far.
Okay.
But a lot of these, like for instance, let me get back to y'all and share this one little thing.
Hey, I got a question for you. I'm about to put you on the spot. Pause. Do you mind, Truth? I got a question for you, Truth.
Sure.
So in the comments, right, of the last video, you were called out to do a debate.
Oh, and, by that clown? By that clown?
No, I didn't say I'm gonna say his name. You can say what you want. So Dr. Derek Cologne called you out to a debate, right?
Yeah.
And you weren't. I know y'all had a debate before. I watched it. It was entertaining and informative. But you declined the opportunity. I want you to explain why, to me publicly, I guess, why you declined the opportunity. Because I didn't really follow the conversation y'all was having, but it seemed like you weren't interested at all. So explain, if you could explain that to me.
I'll be happy to explain it.
Shouts to Dr. Cologne, by the way, from Tribe Media.
In most cases, the reason why you would have a debate or a discussion, you're hoping to kind of learn something from it. And unfortunately, with Dr. Cologne, he's not interested in learning anything. He's only interested in staying on the course of his beliefs, whether or not it's been proven that they're wrong. He rather sticks to that. And so I actually made a video called Deception and gave him examples, gave anybody who wanted to look at examples of his lies and deception. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to debate a liar. I'm not going to. Why would I debate somebody? And I make my points, and at the end of the day, he says I haven't proven anything. My points are irrefutable. He has never made a documentary, or not documentary. He never made a video debunking anything I ever said. And we've been dealing with each other for 2 months, 2 years. We've been dealing with each other for 2 years. He has never made a video debunking any of my information. But yet, when I present my information, he will not receive it. So at the end of the day, I said it's a waste of time to even debate someone who's not going to give me the decent courtesy to at least be willing to acknowledge some of the things he's been saying was wrong.
Okay, so we interviewed Dr. Cologne on the chat. Peace to him. I've had conversations with him also. So this is by no means from Tribe Media, right? That's True Saviour feels the way he feels. I've had good engagement with him. We've interviewed him. It's on the channel if y'all want to watch it. It's got a lot of views too, so he's very popular. And he just dropped a documentary, which I have in my playlist to check out because he told me it was for free. I was trying to buy it, but he said it was free, so I'm going to check it out. So this is not like a hate thing, or this is just I was interested because I saw the conversation in the chat, and I know sometimes how it gets to Puerto Ricans or Latinos versus blacks. I ain't interested in that. And this is a picture of Dr. Cologne, but I want to be clear. This is True Saviour talking about Dr. Cologne. These are his thoughts on Dr. Cologne. It's not that I don't have any thoughts. I'm just hosting the show. So you want to play it from here?
Well, okay, you can play
this is 4 minutes. So based off what you texted me, it was 4 minutes to 8:37.
Right. This is just to show you guys the birth of breaking. Can you show the big screen right quick, if it's possible?
Oh, just take it to all the way. Oh, for you mean, or what do you mean?
I just want to show this book right quick.
Okay, 1 second. Go ahead.
Okay, so is this right? Yeah, okay. So we're going to talk about this particular clip is going to deal with this particular book right here. All right, you can play it.
Okay, and then after this, I'm gonna get a little bit into the back and forth, and if y'all don't mind, I'm gonna open up the panel. If y'all don't mind.
All right. Okay.
I'm sure some people want to come up and have a conversation with Chief X and you, but this chat's going crazy for Chief X, which is wild to me.
These are FBA followers.
Floor rocking, top rocking, up rocking, down rocking, okay, going off, breaking.
The Birth of Breaking, a new book out here by Saviour, and he goes through the history of breaking, and he found the origins. We already know what the origins are. It's come from the Black American community. Let's get into it. Now, I would strongly urge you guys, if you're interested in the history of breaking, this is the book to get. It's very informative and very detailed. All right. Now, who is Saviour? All right. He's an assistant professor of dance at the University of Illinois. He has taught, performed, and judged leading hip hop events throughout the US, Europe, Eurasia, and given workshops and presentations at universities throughout North America. His articles have appeared in the journals of Black Studies, Dance Research Journals, Oxford Handbooks of Hip Hop Studies, and so forth. This guy has dedicated most of his life to finding out what is the history of breaking. Now, let me read a little bit of this to give you an idea what kind of information is in this book. Here we go. Herc also moves his traditional block parties from the courtyard of the West Bronx apartment buildings to Cedar Playground, just a few blocks north, while also recruiting two young b-boys turned DJs named Timmy Tim and Clark Kent to assist him in the parties. By expanding into the public venues, Herc began attracting younger African Americans and non-African American teenagers. We're talking about the Puerto Ricans, right? Who began gaining a glimpse of what had been previously taking place in mostly Black spaces. Younger breakers were just as central to this evolutionary period within the dance as they were to its formation, with perhaps the most famous group during the late 1970s being a subdivision of the Zulu Kings, known as the Little Zulus or Baby Zulus. Members of the group are often referenced today as having added greater velocity variations to the floor moves they saw their predecessors perform, although many were roughly 11 to 14 years old and unable to get into the clubs where Herc, Smokey, and Flash and other hip-hop DJs would perform. They were able to experience the outdoor block parties and communities events now flourishing throughout the Bronx. As younger Zulu members, they took to the breaking specifically to express their adolescent identity. Indeed, names such as Beaver, Robbie Rob, Swain, and Little Boy Keith are commonly cited today as having patented the wholly new footwork patterns, steps, poses, spins, and acrobatic twists in the air. These unique displays proved compelling that others soon adapted them, and their impact reverberated even beyond breaking's original African American constituency. Now, check this out. It was a Black thing, insists Kevy Kev, a pioneer member of the hip hop group the L Brothers. I saw no Puerto Ricans around at that time. We was in the Bronx. Those b-boys, they were Black, and they were going off. It's a whole nother rhythm. Virtually every early practitioner, and this is him speaking, this is Saviour speaking, virtually every early practitioner that I have come across confirmed Kevy's assessment. Indeed, much of the first-hand testimony regarding breaking cultural background is issued in response to the mischaracterization that breaking was a Puerto Rican entity. For instance,
all right. So
Can I play? Can I actually just play? Could I ask you to play one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Just the same video, but go to 1248.
To what? 1248 to what?
To it looked like I got 1848. And that's the last thing. If you want to go to something else.
Okay.
And I have so much. I have so much more, but
I know you do. But what we'll do is I'll just do a full show on just that. That way we'll do that because I didn't think we'd be in this conversation.
The original breakers were they were black. And here's some of the names: Sasa, Trixie, Dancing Doug, Black Jerry, Easy Mike, Flippin' Mike, female breakdancers, Sister Boo, Mother Earth, Janice. Then, as years went on, is where the Latins got involved, Spanish people got involved.
Cool T, DJ Cool T and Mr. Lee. I gotta give them credit because back then they were the ones that used to really give the Puerto Rican shout outs. Because when I was dancing, he would come out and say, check out the Puerto Rican B-boy in the house, B-boy Spider-Man. And I would go out there and be dancing because, you know, it was kind of rare to see because most of the black kids were doing it. And if you was a black kid, then you was doing usually either down with the Zulu Nation or something like that. And Zulu Kings. And as far as the B-boys, the Puerto Rican B-boys, there wasn't really too many of us out there. So when they seen one of us dance, it was a big thing. He would be like, wow, check that guy out. Oh, look at that cute Puerto Rican. He's cute. Look at it, you know, it's like looking at a little puppy dog, you know, and you're like, wow, it's a big doggy. That's how they would see us, you know, because we was new to it. And then after a while, you know, they started downplaying it, not to just the brothers, you know, but they started downplaying something that we love, you know, started saying, hey, you're chunking your hand, why you still dirty in your clothes for, why you always on the floor, and things like that. And I think if I was, you know, if my self-esteem was real low, I probably would have never been a dancer, because I probably would have been, my feelings would have been hurt, you know. But instead, I love this dance so much, I continue to do it. And everybody else, as far as Puerto Rican B-boys, through the generations, they felt the same way. It just got bigger and better. We got bigger, better, stronger.
All right, so let me ask you a question. So is this Latinos admitting that they were like this is like this is the Latinos boots on the ground admitting that it was black B-boys and they were just kind of guests to it, and that they were even teasing them, saying like, why are you doing all of this?
Exactly. That, let me tell you.
So wait. So how is this an argument? Like, what is the argument about?
Because everybody saw the Beach Street and Wild Style, and they saw Puerto Ricans, and so they became the face. You got to keep this in mind. When Rappers Delight became a big thing, the eyes of the world was on New York, and in 1979, most of the brothers gave it up. People like Charlie Rock, a lot of the brothers from the Zulu Kings and all that, they gave it up because they didn't know hip hop was going to explode. And so by the time it exploded, they had already left. And so the Puerto Ricans had already picked it up and they were in place. So they became the face of it. And this is why we identify Puerto Ricans with breaking. That's the short end of it. There's a clip, Chief X, where you mentioned Mr. Wiggles. And if Brass will play it, even Mr. Wiggles will tell you the first B-boys were black. And Brass, if you don't mind playing that.
What video was that? And then
the same one. Continue it. The same where you were at.
Okay, the link is in the chat. I'm gonna invite y'all up, and then I gotta give Chief X a chance to talk.
Okay.
We've been talking back and forth for about 30 minutes.
Do you have to share my screen for me or no, Brass?
Yes. Let me just play this video. No. Let me play this video, and then I'll share your screen. I got you, brother. Trust me. I got you. BX Chopper. All right, but if you stay in the back chat for now, don't add anybody else to the stage. But the link is in the chat. We're gonna have an open conversation. We're gonna bring this home real nice. Where's the part in this video about Mr. Wiggles? Which is a wild name, by the way.
Just continue it.
Mr. Wiggles is in lived in Cali for a long time.
Everybody was black. When Latinos,
now that's Grandmaster
Kaz. Yeah, it's Grandmaster Kaz.
You know, the black people going. Okay, that's just a fact. It's just a fact. But soon afterwards, what really added to the decline of b-boying in the black community and even in the hip-hop community was that the girls weren't with it.
Latinos, Moreno means black, they be like, yo, that's that Moreno style, and that's the original style of b-boy.
Part of the phenomenon known as hip-hop culture. It began in the 70s.
First of all, breakdance is pretty much a commercial term. The actual term is b-boy or b-girling, depending upon the gender.
That's your boy Crazy
Legs.
Legs.
It's an immediate extension from the good foot, which James Brown was doing. And what happened was, brothers in the Bronx started taking it down to the floor, like a real quick movement, and then it was called the boy and that term was
those black kids invented breaking as we know it, as we understand it. It was the Puerto Rican kids that put breakers on their backs.
Everything, all the breaking and stuff like that was considered underground. And Tacoma brought everything out into the open. And that was like, say, 74, 75. All the underground stuff, all the in-house, all the hallway dances, and all the house party dances were brought out to the street. And the more they took it to the street, the more nationalities got involved in it. It was no longer Afro-American.
Where is it that Wiggles says what he's saying?
Oh, he's coming out. I'm sorry, he's coming probably right here.
Okay.
Buildings are on fire. Yeah, I made that today. And in that neighborhood, a lot of the pioneers of hip hop, Grandfather, Flash, and all the b-boys were all black. I didn't see no Latino b-boys.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on.
Never heard of them. In my neighborhood, all the b-boys, never heard of them. The king of breaking was Bieber, Zulu King. He was the number one b-boy in my time. What time was that? Late 70s, 77, 78, 79. Bieber was the king. Zulu Kings were the best in the Bronx.
So now, why is it important that he said that? What is it? And then I'm gonna let it go for Chief X, when I'm gonna start adding people to the panel. Why was it important? Like, what makes Wiggles so important? Did Chief X, you brought up Wiggles or something? Why are we talking about Wiggles?
Yeah, he brought up
Wiggles is a he's mainly a popper, right? He was born in the Bronx, New York, but he eventually came to LA and joined with the poppers like the Electric Boogaloos and people like them up in Northern California. So Mr. Wiggles is known for popping mainly, but he was down since he was born in Bronx, and back in the day, he was around all that breaking and stuff. So, but we have to be careful when we say b-boying, what that exactly means.
I can tell you what it means.
Hold on, wait. Because listen, okay, yeah, y'all go ahead.
Would you?
This is different because we've done about 30 of these shows, and this is the first time I've actually heard Latinos saying that in b-boy.
Let me ask Truth Savior this: do you consider Kool Herc and them and a lot of those early pioneers b-boys?
I can't hear you. Kind of faded out. I'm sorry.
Do you consider like the early DJing and MCing and stuff like that? You consider them b-boys?
The DJs b-boys? No, not the DJs.
Like DJing and MCing, do you consider them b-boying back in the? Do you consider that b-boys?
The DJs aren't b-boying. Dancers are b-boying.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm just for clarity. I'm asking you. So just dancing is b-boying.
Yes, dancers are b-boying.
Okay.
All right, so go ahead, Truth. Take 30 seconds, a minute, close out, and then I'm gonna open up the chat and let them maybe ask y'all questions.
I just want to share this one thing.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot. Let him say what he's saying. Then I forgot. You gotta share your screen. I got you. Go ahead and do it, and then I'll add it to the stage. Go ahead, Truth. So
I think you
my question to you. So I got you. So Wiggles is saying that the first b-boys were black also.
Yeah, if you here's the thing. Even in this book I referenced, The Birth of Breaking, they chronicle when you talk to all the Latin b-boys, they will tell you that it was black. I have a clip of even Crazy Legs saying that, but I'm not going to get into that. I have so much information here to
we'll do a
prove my
separate
point.
show. We'll do a separate show. We'll
To
do a
prove
separate
my
show.
point.
But I'm fired up.
It's
to do
important. You didn't play the other clip where Chief X refers to him as Child Star Lil Rock. That's fine. We call him Track 2. The next clip had him saying the first B-boys were the Zulu Kings, which were black. And this is a Puerto Rican.
No, we'll do the show. We'll do a show.
Okay.
We'll do a show.
So,
now I want to do a show specifically around that. So we'll table that and do it. And that way you got all the time you need to show your clips. And because I want to see, I'm fired up. That Wiggles comment bothers me. Plus that Crazy Legs comment, because I know he's very important in the culture. And yeah, I want to see that. So Chief, let me give it to Chief Pause, and then I'm gonna open it up to the panel.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead, brother.
Now, mind you, when we started this show, I said I'm more so here to debate ADOS and FBA and talk about that. I'm not here to debate hip hop. And I told you I don't even have anything up to share about hip hop. I just want to have a discussion about that. So I'm not debating. So there's no win or loss about hip hop. I always hip hop came out of black culture. I've been sitting here agreeing with the brother. So whoever wishing me to lose something so bad because I never do lose something, not this time. I'm not here to debate hip hop or the origins of it at all. I just have a few nuances I was discussing about hip hop. Okay. Now, since my screen is up, I mentioned that Rubber Band Man was one of the in another hip hop article. Can y'all see? Rubber Band Man was said to be one of the originators, one of the originators of up rocking and top rocking. Okay, up rocking and top rocking is a little different than break dancing. It was a Latin style dance in the late 60s. Okay, it wasn't part of hip hop or break dancing. Understand this. Anyone on your own, you go research up rocking, right? So when you read it, it gives these different terms, and this is why we got to be careful because certain things, So up rock or rocking, as it was referred to, also known as rock dance, Brooklyn rock. He said burning earlier. We talked about, right? Burning or freestyle is a competitive urban street dance, right? Listen to what I'm saying. Competitive urban street dance performed to the beats and rhythms of soul, rock, funk music, such and such and such and such, right? So when we get down, it was talking about the early pioneers of it. And let me just move on real quick. And the Rubber Band Man is a Puerto Rican. We can look that up. Now, Crazy Legs. No. Was it Crazy Legs? Yeah, Crazy Legs say it in the video. I don't have no sources up on it. He said the top dancing and the stand-up dancing was mainly Puerto Rican, and the ground move dancing was the blacks, right? So when you scroll down after reading about Rubber Band Man, it says in Bushwick, Brooklyn, you had dancers like Lil Dave, Bushwick, blah, 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 blah. Let me just scroll on down. Real quick, and we're going to end this. Okay. They're talking about these urban battles, right? Though many battles would end peacefully, several others did not. Some of the best dancers from the Bronx danced professionally with Latin Symbolic Dance Company. Can you guys see that? Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yuck.
With Latin Symbolic Dance Company, who were the first professional urban street dance team in New York City, founded in 1972. A mambo, a Latin word, team by George Van. My point in sharing this, these early street dance crews, and I wish I could have had my sources ready for this, came out of the gangs in the Bronx in New York. And as I said earlier, 70% of them were Puerto Rican of these gangs, okay? Like the Nomads and stuff like that. So I'm just saying this up rocking and stuff and top rocking was a Latin dance. And it was with Latin symbolic dance companies, right? And then when you go on late 70s, rock dance, which is different than b-boying. So when I say you got to be careful when you say b-boying, is other terms people use, okay? Now, I'm not writing exact. This is his wheelhouse. He's been studying this early hip hop for a while, right? So mimicking gang mentality, where a gang member would successfully take the colors, jacket. So that's what I'm mentioning. These early gangs and Zulu kings were a mix of different people. You had Puerto Ricans in the Zulu kings, and you had blacks in the Zulu kings. Okay. What was this other part? So it's talking about competing in competitions against the better dancers from the boroughs at contests and clubs like the Bonsu, the Footsteps, Latin Times, and the Starship Discovery in Manhattan. So my only claim is when breakdancing started, it was simultaneously blacks and Puerto Ricans. This was breakdancing and graffiti. But it always came up out of black culture. So I agree with him on that. On all that.
Your screen dropped. Your screen dropped.
Okay, well, I'm done.
Okay.
So I just wanted to share that up rocking, and top rocking kind of began in the late 60s. There wasn't even no 70s yet. They was up rocking and top rocking in Latin clubs in the late 60s, 1968 and stuff like that. Okay, so but it's all came out of after that them Latin up rocking dance. You can look up rock and top rock dance back in the late 60s and you'll see them doing up rocking and top rocking. Okay.
Shouts to you, Chief. All right, so listen, this is what we're gonna do. We're doing it simultaneously. We're in the fourth quarter.
Can you get one quick one in, please?
Yeah, no, I know. Give me 1 second. We're in the fourth quarter because I'm gonna do something right after you're done talking. So we're in the fourth quarter. Chief, I done kept these brothers on here for a very long time. They're up here having these conversations to give y'all information. Follow Truth Savior's channel. I need the people in the background, the directors. I need a link or a banner or whatever in the chat. I need a link to Truth Savior's channel. I need a link to Chief X's channel, right? But I also need a link to Carnivorous Podcast and Try Media because we still have 220 plus people watching on both channels. So I want everybody on this channel, Try Media, to take a chance to take when we do a commercial break, go over to Carnivorous Podcast. We don't care where you watch. And follow Carnivorous Podcast. Follow Truth X. Follow Chief Savior. I mean, I said Truth X and Chief Savior. Jesus Christ. Truth Savior and Chief X.
A lot
of them do follow you already. But
a lot of these people, not these people are new people. These people in the chat are FBA Tariq followers. These are Tariq Nasheed followers in the chat. These are a lot of FBA cats.
Okay,
so they mad at me because I'm getting on Tariq Nasheed.
That's fine, but they'll follow you. Trust me. You just be a tether that they follow. You'll be another tether channel that they follow. It is what it is. Right. So follow Chief X, follow Chief Savior, follow Carnivorous Podcast, follow Tribe Media. When we do the commercial after this, True Savior, go ahead. What you say, and then when I come back from the commercial, I'm going to start with the people on the panel. I know y'all been patient. But I'm gonna start with y'all, and then the link is in the chat. Y'all go ahead and come up to the panel, and then we have a conversation. All right. And lineage, no leader. That's what I've been told about FBA. It's a lineage with no leader. Go ahead, Truth X.
So real quick, I'm just making it real quick. Chief X, would you be willing to have another discussion on this topic at some point?
Yeah, when I can have my sources up, we should have a show just on this.
Okay, that's great. I'm glad to hear that.
I got some sources that contradict a lot of stuff you said.
I'm sure you do.
I
look forward to it. I really look forward to it.
Because I wasn't even here for the hip hop conversation.
He was trying to get his FBA.
Listen, we're all here to learn.
FBA shots off.
We're all here to learn And
For all
so
clarity,
if I can learn,
yeah,
like I told you, like I said before, I don't know everything. I've been studying this for like 2 years, but I don't know everything. So I can also, I'm happy to learn something new. But here's my thing. When you look up about rock history, understand there's two forms of rock that the Puerto Ricans were doing. There was a performative style of rock. When you mentioned the Latin symbolics, that was performative. It had nothing to do with anything leading up to what breaking later became. And then you had another form of rock called outlaw rock. This is the form of rock that people like I told you, show you like Batch and them were doing, the Track 2 and them were doing before they got into breaking. I could break down the history better, but I could tell when you were saying these things, you were kind of putting them all together. I need you to understand there were two separate dance styles. One was performative and one came out of this gang culture that you talked about. So just be aware of that.
Yeah, we do need to have this discussion again. I wish I was set up for that discussion.
No. What we'll do is, I mean, I do these every Sunday, but I'll do a couple during the week. I'm traveling to a couple states this week, but I may be able to get together on the weekend and do something. If not, one of my brothers. Matter of fact, shout out Hits, Logic, and DQ. Damn, what the hell am I doing? Shout out
to Information. Shout out to Information Man on here.
Okay, cool. Okay, peace. All right, so Truth, you was done?
Yeah, I'm done. It's cool.
All right, so when I do this commercial, take a second, like the video on Carnivorous Podcast and Trimedia. Trimedia is Trimedia0124. The link is in the chat. Carnivorous Podcast. Shout out to Chef and Corey. When we play the commercial, play 2 commercials, maybe play a song. I don't care if you leave. It's Sunday night. Put your kids to bed, whatever it is. But now we're gonna open up to the panel, and this is where it really gets exciting. Leave off of one and go watch the other. Leave from Trimedia, go watch it on Carnivorous Podcast. Leave it on Carnivorous Podcast, go watch it here. And we're gonna do a commercial break before it hits. Kicks me in the head. Give me 1 second.
Let me just address this. Somebody said if Puerto Ricans have a culture of their own, and if so, why don't they embrace it? Puerto Ricans do embrace their own culture. You got to understand, if a small group of black folk move to Puerto Rico, they're going to get engulfed in Puerto Rican culture shit. When Puerto Ricans come to America with us, ADOS, FBA, they're going to get engulfed in the stuff we do over here because there's more of it.
And shouts to Unbiased Sports. That's the director in the background. Just screwed me over. But go ahead, play the commercial.
Gotta hit it like tap it in the zone. Share it with the world, make the vibe known. Subscribe to the beat, feel it in your phone. Catch the waves we throw, you ain't alone. Like, share, and subscribe. Keep the rhythm alive, we thrive. Hop on this digital ride. Let's multiply the vibe worldwide.
We gotta wait. Took a little minute, was patient, but now we take it. Anytime we want in this game, my situation is entertainment intertwined with information. Alchemist soul, how we move the tassel and roll. It's amazing how we can turn something brass to gold. And we steady making hits. Architect with the prop in the scripts. It's logical that the product will flip. My boy Chef did the lineup. I'm fresh in the bitch. Carnivorous Podcast, the newest show on the list. DQ on the boat, so I'm rocking the ship. While the music gon' be dope and the artist legit. Hold my beard, concrete cord, then stepped in the door. See, that's my man and he reppin' for show. And True Saviour's a player with flavor. Lexicon Taylor, lines on point like a laser. We need that paper, we building the vault. Cause you niggas don't listen, y'all be waiting to talk. Lack accountability and try to make it our fault. But opposing us is trying to arm wrestle the hawk. You coming up short on your re-up, nigga we up. Really wouldn't want to be up. I kick my feet up. My beef is wagyu and my trunk is all speakers. Bills is all blue and my blunt is all reefer. With possible deniability, that boy eater. High quality whack juice by the liter. They like to call us ops. We got Oppenheimer features. That's the bomb out on the island just to teach you.
You know what I love about that
That
song?
shit was jamming.
You know what I love about that song? When DQ says, "Cause y'all niggas don't listen, y'all be waiting to talk." It's like if you actually listen to the bars of the song, shouts to DQ Hampton and Logic DQ hits. Y'all more than welcome to come up. We're gonna lean on the panel at this point, and I'm gonna start getting in. But when he says that, y'all niggas don't listen, y'all just be waiting to talk. That is so important in these conversations. Is relevant. So we got a lot of people on the panel. Keep your comments short. I'm gonna put you on the big screen. You got about 90 seconds, and then if we get into a back and forth, we'll do that. But I'm gonna start off with the only person that's on camera, and that would be my man Information. Go ahead, my brother. Shout out your channel first. Introduce yourself, and speak your speech, my brother.
Unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself, Information. If you're on camera, you go first. That's how I'm gonna start doing this.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
Okay, so you guys can hear me. Cool.
Yes,
What's going on, everybody? This is Information, man. A lot of people know who I am. I've been on the YouTube streets for a minute. My channel, I get into politics, social issues, cultural issues, and I get into issues like this. I've been doing videos about this issue for a minute on both my channels. And let me just keep it real. I'm not talking about this from somebody who just studied it. I lived it. I break dance, I pop lock. I did all of that stuff growing up when I was a kid. Even in the Bay Area where I'm from, when I started doing this back in the day, I'm 55 years old. I may not look it. I've been around for about a minute now. When I was breakdancing, you didn't have Latinos and all these other people joining in. They thought what we were doing was weird at one time. So a lot of these folks jumped on board after they saw what black people were doing. Now, I know Chief X said that Puerto Ricans, Latinos, both blacks and Latinos started, I believe he said, I don't want to misquote him, that we started breakdancing at the same time. That's not necessarily true, my brother. All due respect to you, it's not really true. If you listen to DJ Faze, he's talked about this. There's so many videos on YouTube where people that were there are telling you what really happened. Breakdancing, or the hip hop culture, is a creation of the preteens, stolen by the adults. It was the preteens that were the ones that did it, and then the adults took it and made money off of it. Because remember, most of the DJs, and y'all know this already, most of the DJs were doing what? Disco music. That was what was popping, and then they slid into what? Hip hop. Even DJ Charlie Chase, come on, he's already documented this. Even DJ Charlie Chase said when he started getting on the wheels of mixing the records and scratching them up, he said he was really the Puerto Rican who got involved in it. He said people in his own culture were telling him, why are you messing around playing this jungle bunny music? There was no good relationship between Puerto Ricans and black people in general. No, they were calling us bunny whatever, a bunny jungle, all sort of negative things. And so he said that he took a lot of grief from his own culture in New York when he was rocking with the Cold Crush brothers and all that sort of things. So let's keep that in mind. They got involved and contribute and added to the element once black people left the element alone and went on to something else. I remember when I stopped breakdancing, everybody and their mama was doing it after I stopped myself. So black people have a history throughout our culture where we create something that's trendy and then we move on to something else and then other people gravitate off of it, maybe make money off of it. Puerto Ricans contribute. They weren't at the beginning creation of it. There was no harmony. And I got videos I played this past week where Puerto Ricans back in 1976 at Rikers Island were talking about how there was tension between Puerto Ricans from the streets to the prison environment. It always have been tension. There was no brotherhood that we had with them. So they simply took over a element in our culture that at some point in time we moved on from. You guys said earlier on the channel tonight, burning Burning was the dance that black people were doing back in the 60s and what have you, which preceded breakdancing, and breakdancing had its origins from. But I got videos on on my channel, and I put in here where you got black people doing what we would call breakdancing, up rocking and down rocking back in the 1940s and 50s and shit like that. I got video footage of black people getting down. We forget where this culture comes from. Black people were doing the damn thing back in those 40s and 50s, going to the parties. They were getting on the ground. They were doing the splits. They were doing all these things that were characteristics of break dancing. I got the damn videos. So nobody on this panel or anybody, not to be arrogant here, can tell me anything because I got video footage of black people from back in the day doing what we would call break dancing. So this whole thing that happened in the 60s and 70s ain't nothing new. It was handed down from our generations of black people. Now, Mr. True on here on the panel, he might appreciate this. A lot of people think that James Brown was the most played individual of his music in hip hop. Not true. Have y'all watched the documentary, the DVD, Soul of the Funky Drummer, with Starks and Clyde Stubblefield, if I'm saying his name right? Most of the hip hop music, they got their rips from their drumming, even before James Brown. So we got to recognize that this is our culture that other people have borrowed from and benefited from. Puerto Ricans were involved, but they weren't at the beginning of the inception. If they were so involved, where are your Puerto Rican rappers today that are rocking it out? Why didn't they not influence us with their culture? When you look at rap music, we're not influenced by their Latin music. How many of these Latin rappers are rapping their culture? Even Fat Joe, the fat mouth himself, he sat up there and said those things he said over there in that barbershop, and I got all over him in Math's barbershop, disrespecting our culture. He got on because black people put Fat Joe on. It was Black American culture, FBA or ADOS, whatever you want to call it. We put these people on. Okay, everybody knows that Big Pun was the best rapper out of all of them. So where's all these Latino rappers? Where's all these examples of how much they influenced the culture? I think KRS-One came out with his big mouth and lied and said that when the Latinos came over, they taught us Spanish and we taught them English. Well, if that was true, how many black rappers during that time were speaking Spanish in the music? It was black music. From the records that we heard at home and influence that we had from our grandparents and what have you, that's where it came from. What's happening is because we haven't properly documented all this stuff, gentlemen, in the proper way that we should have, like a museum or something, what's happening is that people are coming along and trying to rewrite history, right? Trying to rewrite it. We already got people all over the YouTube streets that have interviewed people, the first B-boy, first breakdance, whatever you want to call it. Even even our man, the brother that everybody says created hip hop, Herc. When Herc came over from Jamaica, he didn't bring Jamaican culture. He got influenced by Black Americans. Now I was listening to my man, and my man George knows this brother. There's a brother by the name of Pharaoh Says That. He's been in the music business. Brother's very well knowledgeable. He's a Rastafarian himself. He said he met with Kool Herc, had conversations with him, and Kool Herc admitted that he got his style, his understanding of the music from watching what black DJs were doing before him and black culture. And if you go back and you look at someone like Bob Marley, do you know how many? I mean, I know y'all know this. You know, Bob Marley was trying to do a doo-wop group. He got his influence by Motown in Jamaica. And then everybody kept saying that Jamaicans are the ones that create the big stereo systems. Not true. What happened was they start putting the stereo systems that were on the ground, they start putting them on the stages, high up and stacking them. That happened here in America. The Jamaicans borrowed that. So that came from Black American culture. So I'll land my plane here.
Hey, before you land your plane.
And I got some videos if y'all want to see these videos. We got one of the first bebopper videos. I got clips.
Information man, before you land your plane, this is all I want you to do.
Yes, sir.
Leave your email in the back chat, right? Because you listen, I love the passion. I love the this, but this is what on these two channels, Carnivorous Podcast, Try Media.
Mm-hmm.
I know you don't have the time to do it now, but I'd
Yes,
like
sir.
to do a separate conversation with you
Okay.
where you can show the sources. Because I love
Okay.
what you're saying. I love your passion.
I can show the sources.
You got the 4K camera going on with the black light going on. I get it. But I need you to show source. Put your email in the back chat.
Okay.
And I want to set up for about an hour-long conversation where we can go back and forth, and I'll give you the platform to speak. Is that cool with you?
Yeah, man. Well, this is what I'll do because I want to be respectful to everybody on the panel.
Information, man. You got sources.
I will put my email in the back chat. And then I will render my mic because I know I've gone on and on here. But I want to say that I appreciate the fact I've been watching y'all platform for a while from afar. I appreciate what y'all doing on this channel. I appreciate True and I appreciate Chief X. He's my man. I appreciate the honest discussion that's taking place and nobody's like yelling at each other and screaming at each other. Very professional. So I appreciate that. And I'll render my mic now and I'll put my email in the back chat. Thank you.
Put your email in the back chat because I think I want you to do a show with my brother Hits, NBNY Hits. Because he if you have been watching, he's the CEO of Tri Media, but he's actually out there in New York. He likes to present the sources and stuff, and these are things that he could see. So we're gonna set up something for this week before I hit the airwaves. Well, I appreciate you, brother. Put your email in the back chat.
All right, thank you, brother. Thank you very much.
I don't care who. As a matter of fact, peace to Chef. Chef was in the building. Wait, okay, my camera's on. Chef was in the building, live on Carnivorous Podcast, and I'm gonna let him speak whenever you want to, my brother. It's your channel. But go ahead. If you got a camera, you speak first. That's how it works. Even though I don't care when you join the chat, if you got a camera, if you don't have your camera, you have to wait. But I will make an exception for American Dream because that is one of my brothers. I respect him. So go ahead, and then I'm gonna go into everybody else on the panel. Oh, my brother DQ, what the hell? Okay, Tri Media coming in here now. Okay, good. Go ahead, my brother. And then I'm gonna get to BX Trapper because he was in the back chat and he wanted to have a conversation too. So go ahead, my brother. Speak. First off, introduce yourself and then get into everything else. And I'm speaking to whoever this is on camera with the red hoodie, with the black hoodie, with the red person with the hood. Yeah, that's you. Go ahead, my brother.
What's going on? This George Macon, Street Media TV.
How you doing, my brother?
I'm good.
Yes,
Listen, this is the thing, right? You know, we saw. I posted videos on my channel, you know, last week with Edward Beckford. That's one of the OGs of Cool Herc, and he dropped the science and he told everybody. See, these were the elders of old, the old Pan-African elders that didn't care about giving Black Americans their flowers or their props. It's not like this new school era where we're all divided, nobody gets along. These elders came on and said we were inspired by Black American culture. Before reggae came, he explained what they were doing and what they were watching. The problem that I have is we've shown clips of Cool Herc, Edward Beckford, the old school Puerto Ricans, Ruby D. Right. All of them came on there and told you that it was Moreno culture early on. That they got in fights with other Puerto Ricans and Cubans for hanging with the Morenos. We showed the videos, and people still want to debate. The other issue that I have is when you look at the Zulu Nation. I'm right here in Philadelphia, right? When they were the Black Spades before they became the Zulu Nation in 1973, the Zulu Nation was already the biggest gang in Philadelphia in the 60s. Right, when Cornbread came out of. So they were already corresponding in New York and Philadelphia, and the hip-hop scene was already going on underground. So when you see these guys locking and doing all these things, what were these young kids doing when they seen their brothers dancing, you know, in the 60s and 70s to the James Brown and Joe Tex and all these different people? So it was a culture that passed down. Then we go to the West Coast. What about the lockers on the West Coast, 1969, 1970? You know, this is part of our culture, not just in New York City. It's in Philadelphia, it's in Jersey, it's in LA. It's Black people and the way we dance, the way we get down, get funky. It's part of our dance. The Puerto Ricans knew this. They called it Moreno culture. Even when they started to join the gangs, they still said it was Moreno culture because they was watching. They was watching it. So I just don't understand how we can post the videos of the elders, the elder Puerto Ricans, and the elder Jamaicans. They tell you where they got inspired, where they got it from, and we still debating. How? That just goes to show you just how lack of respect these other groups have for Black American culture and Black Americans today. These are not the elders of old where we understood we had a common enemy and we was together. So when Edward Bedford gets up there and he's the OG of Cool Herc, and he gives Black Americans their props, he's not from this era. He sees Black Americans as his ally and his brothers. So he says, yes, we were inspired by my brothers. Everybody else get offended by that now. Why? Why? Black American culture influenced the world. It's what it is. Everybody was watching to see what we were doing. So before it was even called hip hop, there was still a culture that was being passed down. The Jackie Wilson, the James Brown, and all these different people, these different dances. We had all kinds of dance moves that people don't even talk about. A lot of these groups, when the Puerto Ricans came, a lot of them weren't even on beat like that. That's why they was on the ground doing all this. They wasn't going to the beat of the music. So it's just a lot. It's just a lot when it comes to culture that people don't understand. But I posted on my channel, got almost 80,000 views. It's Cool Herc telling you about the sound system. What was it? The Jones Brothers. He said there was no Jamaican sound system. Cool Herc, and I got all the information. He said there was no Jamaican sound system in America. He got it on the in Jamaica. He got it on the American side. This is Cool Herc saying this out of his own mouth. It's on my channel. He said when he came here, it wasn't cool to be Jamaican. Jamaican culture wasn't decent. He had to integrate into Black American culture. He said it out of his mouth. And then his OG, like I said, you look him up, Edward Bedford. He tell you what it is. So why are we still debating? Why is it still? I'll just say to my brother Chief X, all that stuff that you got, stop. Because it's null and void. The people, the elders that you guys would use is telling you it was Moreno culture, and our Jamaican brothers who are Black like us say, listen, we came here, we integrated with our brothers, and we copied the American culture. They didn't want to hear the reggae music.
I can only say for the 100th time, it came out of Black culture. I keep saying that.
No,
I'm not even debating.
But what I'm trying to say.
Real quick, I was only speaking on a couple nuances.
Yeah, but even this is what I'm trying to say.
I don't know why people. No, I understand, but I don't want people to come for me like I'm saying it didn't come out of Black culture.
I'm not coming for you, Chief. Listen, I'm not coming for you. I'm a little passionate, but I'm not coming. Only thing I'm saying is, yeah, pause, double pause.
Hey, I'm sorry, I apologize.
I'm gonna land here. Even in the nuances, what I'm trying to say is, even in the nuances, because even when you go back, if you look up Zulu Nation, Philadelphia, it was the biggest gang, over 1,000 members, right? They was a part of the hip hop scene and the disco funky scene too. This is where Cornbread and them come out of. They predate the Zulu Nation in New York City. But remember, we only 90 miles apart. So these guys were already corresponding. That's how we had some of the best DJs in the world. We were already corresponding before it became hip hop. So it's a lot that comes to the culture that people don't know. So what I'm saying is, even in the nuances, we leave out the West Coast because the West Coast is the lockers. They predate the Puerto Ricans. So I land there.
Okay, all right, land there. I'm gonna let Dream, Chef, whenever you want to speak, go ahead and speak. And then Chief and Truth, if y'all want to leave out, I'll give you 90 seconds to close so we can move on with the panel also. Because I know I've had y'all here since 7 o'clock. So, I understand that. Shout out to Mike Adams for 11 straight years, 1,000 yards in the Bucks, getting him his money. Shouts to him. All right, so Dream, go ahead.
Hey, peace.
Go ahead,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for letting me in. Yeah, can I shout out my channel? Is that cool?
Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know if y'all felt the tremors, but American Dream is now creating content. It's a beautiful thing. You can find me at American Dream Guy. I actually just finished posting the first 3 videos in a 7-part series. Just a brief history of hip hop. I've gone on a really in-depth study and research. And the gist of it is, I kind of agree with half of what's been said this evening. I think
Talk your talk, AD. Talk your talk, AD. You ain't sounding like American Dream. You sound like somebody else. Talk your talk. What didn't you agree with? That's what I want to know. What didn't you agree with? And we're
well,
talking about FBA. This isn't just hip hop. We're talking about FBA and hip hop, the whole show.
Sure. The stuff what I will say is that whether hip hop is created by Black people or not, by FBA or not, kind of hinges on the idea that it's built around R&B music and people like James Brown and messing around with that type of music. I think that's kind of the heart of the argument that it's hip hop culture. But in that video series, I'm actually challenging that idea. I think that it's actually more tied around disco and not R&B. And so for that reason, I'm actually challenging the idea that it's actually, Black FBA culture, because disco is white people culture. So, that's
Wait a minute. So are you saying that hip hop? So you're saying hip hop is derived from white people disco culture?
yes.
Jesus
Because
Christ.
it's disco.
Hold on, my brother.
Hip hop culture is
No. Hell no. Hold on. I cannot let that go through.
I hate to say it, you're completely wrong.
Wait a
He's
second.
completely wrong.
No. Don't cut him off. Don't cut him off. Because see, this is why I like American Dream. This is pause first. This is why I appreciate American Dream. This is why I like the content, because he's not afraid to actually say what he's.
Get the fuck out of here.
But
who you think
hold
created
on,
even
wait.
disco?
Mute your mic.
Okay.
You just said that hip hop is created from white American disco culture. I just want to hear you say yes, because this is gonna be a clip and it's good for your show. This is good content. So just say it one more time. That hip hop is created from white disco culture.
Absolutely.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's a new one on me.
Oh, that's what you wanted
That's
for your
the first. Yeah, no. This is for you. Listen, you probably just now starting content. You will be a content star if you say anywhere on YouTube in front of any amount of people that hip hop was started through white disco culture. So the fact that you say that, cool. Now, no.
Well, if I may, Brass.
Go ahead,
if I
my
may,
brother.
Brass.
Go ahead.
If I could just say one thing.
Seconds. Take 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, the reason I'm here is to actually promote the video series that I'm putting out, a history of hip hop, and that's actually what I'm saying in there is that is what I just said. It's based around hip hop dance culture, and that's white people stuff. It's not based around R&B. So that's the argument. I'm hoping people, go to the channel, check it out, subscribe to the channel. It's in that would be great. It's it's the first 3 videos. Can y'all still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. It's the first 3 videos. It's I put out the first 3 videos in honor of the new year. Because I feel like it's going to be a great year. The last 4, because it's a 7-part series, and it's a wonderful history of hip hop, I think. But the last 4 I'm gonna put out, in honor of Inauguration Day. The last one will be on Inauguration Day. So I'm hoping people subscribe and hit the notification, and watch them with me. I think it's a really great look at the history of hip hop. I think y'all are gonna like it. And I don't want to say too much to kind of spoil it, because I really want people to watch the videos and follow me and see what's happening. You know what I mean?
Put your link in the private chat. Who was that was commenting? What's your name? Go ahead, put your link in the prime. We appreciate you,
Yes, sir.
brother. Who was
Blessings.
that was commenting so I can give you a chance to speak? Who was that was commenting?
No, I just wanted to disagree with what he's saying.
No. I want to get somebody new. I want to do my own show with you. Somebody
know
was
that
like,
that what
somebody
he's
was
saying
literally
sounds
saying,
crazy.
"Get the fuck out of here." So now I want to hear who was that. I want to give a chance to speak. Who was that? Is that BX Trapper?
That's
Was that Hip Hop
false
Foundation?
information.
Breakdancing? Who was that? FBA? Oh, FBA Dynasty. I just want to hear what you got to say. Go
Hey,
ahead,
what's up?
FBA Dynasty.
Hey, what's up with
Speak
what's
your
up with it,
piece.
brothers? How y'all doing, man? How y'all
What's
doing
going
this
on,
evening,
my
brother?
G? How you doing? Go ahead.
Yeah, man. I was introduced to True Saviour, man, from the homeboy out here on the West in LA, man. Red Supreme TV, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, shouts
He
to
came
him.
over
Shouts
there.
to him.
Yeah, True Saviour came over there and chopped it up with us, man. Him and Street Media. Yeah, hey guys, man. I'm just sitting up here, man, and can't believe my ears. Is this hypocrisy? The tethering is at an all-time high. I just cannot believe it. Is it? Hey, bro, is it just entertainment? YouTube entertainment, or they really believe that in their heart, man?
What specifically? What
Jesus
specifically?
Christ.
What specifically?
Like, okay, I'm gonna start with the one I just
or
heard.
or who specifically? Who specifically?
The brother just said that hip hop came from disco, white people dance culture. That I was sitting on my bed, bro, and I fell out on my bed, man. I couldn't believe. I'm like, what? Oh my God! Hey, look.
If I may,
No.
We don't need to hear no
Okay,
more.
you're right.
Let me finish what I was gonna say real quick, brother. I'm gonna say.
Can you cam up?
I just like I told the one. I just told the one B, man, yesterday. Like my daddy was born in 1955, bro. My daddy was born in 1955, right? And he told me around like I guess like 1968 or 69, he'd be like 13, 14, and 15 around that time. He told me, bro, that when all you had JB, Teddy Pendergrass, and Marvin Gaye and all them cats, you know what I'm saying, with the R&B rhythm and blues. He said that his cousins and them, man, they're all, when every time they have a function or a barbecue or everybody gathering around at the park or at the school or something, they'll all be huddled up, and brothers will be popping their shit, rhyming off them James Brown beats, and you know what I'm saying, off the Marvin Gaye beats, you know what I'm saying, and that was down there in New Orleans. So I know out there in Philly they was doing the same thing at the school or at the park as youngsters. I know in Chicago they was doing the same thing around that 68, 69, 1970 era, bro, as youngsters, just hanging out, you know what I'm saying, or at a function, in a cipher, and they listen to whoever popping their shit, and they take turns popping their shit. So I don't understand why these foreigners, these tethers, and these Latinos, mainly the ones coming from New York, saying that, oh man, this is only a New York culture, man. Hip hop is just not, and it's not, bro. And my dad is rest in peace already. He died in 2020, right? But he was telling me this, bro, before this conversation before Fat Joke even opened up his stupid ass mouth and said some asinine ass shit out of his mouth, bro. So I know they don't understand our culture in the Americas, bro. They, the Caribbean folks, the folks from the diaspora, and the Puerto Ricans in New York don't understand our culture is deep rooted in hip hop, and hip hop has evolved, man, from like 2 or 3 genres of music that we created from foundational Black Americans. And they need to stop all that cap talking about the Black American is a cult. That's some ridiculous ass shit. Just because we, separated and we have our own ethnic group, everybody got their panties in a bunch and everybody going crazy, man, running around like chickens with their head cut off, coming with all these old outrageous ass theories about hip hop and stuff that got to do with our culture. I just don't get it, brother. Y'all probably older than me, brother. Can y'all enlighten me why they having
brass.
Like a breakdown?
I could tell you why it goes.
Hold on.
I just
Chief? Hold on. Information. Give me 1 second. What'd you say, Chief?
Exactly. I've never heard a Puerto Rican say they started hip hop. What exactly did Fat Joe say? Because we having this argument, But I've never heard a Puerto Rican say they started hip hop.
Nah,
Fat Joe,
What
Fat
exactly? What
Joe,
exactly did Fat Joe
no,
say?
So what he said,
blacks
I'll
and
just say,
Puerto Ricans started at 50-50.
Oh, that's what
That's
Fat
what he
Joe
said.
said.
yeah, he
Those
came,
are
yeah,
exact
Well,
words.
yeah.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, it's Chief X. It's mostly the brother is right. It's mostly Puerto Ricans from the New York area that are making these type of claims. But I think I wanted to answer the brother's question. So this is the reality. All other groups in and out of America delineate themselves. For so long, Black Americans, we didn't delineate ourselves because when people would come from other places, we would just see them as a brother. We would just say, hey, we didn't care if you were Jamaican or wherever you're from. We embraced you because you know why we embraced people? Because ultimately you were in our community. You, when they came here, they got pushed in our community. So we had no choice but to adapt to trying to understand other people of other races. That's what happened in New York. It's a big immigrant city, right? Black Americans were there first, and then we had to adapt. And so now that Black people are saying, let's delineate ourselves, these other people come here from other countries, they rock their flag, and this is what's crazy about it. This is what's really crazy about it. Black people, we support everybody's celebrations. The Puerto Ricans have their celebration in New York. We go there and support it. Cinco de Mayo, every group that has a celebration will be there dancing and having a good time with them. But they're mad at us because we have delineated ourselves and we're taking back what is ours, which is claiming our history, our music, our Norways and fourways. And people are having a problem with that. What's happening is that people, ladies and gentlemen, are showing their real, true colors. And this is what's crazy. If you go back and look at your history, during the 1965 Voters' Right Act, and also Dr. King in the Civil Rights Movement they put in another law that was passed that made it possible for more people to immigrate here. It was Black people, Black Americans, who are the ones who sacrificed and got their ass kicked on these streets in America. They made it safe for the migrants and the immigrants to come over here and walk down these streets. They weren't here when our ancestors were the ones saying, you can't go to this restaurant, you gotta use the bathroom here. And we have paved the way, which has opened the door for others to come here and benefit and go to school from laws that our people were able to fight to get. And why we have a chip on our shoulder is because when they come over here and disrespect us, and we look at our history of what our people did that allowed them to be able to come here and flourish, that's a disrespect that we won't take and tolerate anymore. And that's why they have a problem with us delineating, because we're saying we're no longer going to be open arms anymore and let you shit all over us. Excuse my language. I'll leave it at that.
All right, so I got somebody in the chat, Jersey, my man Jersey. He says if they want to hear Philly youth rapping before hip hop, you can look up Real Black's channel under Philly gang members. So are you trying to say, just real quick, that hip hop started in Philly in 1967 versus the Bronx in 1971? I'm just curious. And go to that video and just give me the timestamp of where they were rapping. I want to hear just the rapping, not the whole video because of copyright issues. If they were rapping in 1967, I mean, that says a lot. So, all right, so Chef is in the building. Shouts to him. Obviously, we on a bunch of different channels, but I'm hearing we're not on a bunch of different channels. We're on kind of this podcast and Tribe Media. So I want him to also get a chance to speak. Chef, you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. What's going on, everybody?
Go ahead, my brother. Speak to the people. Now, real quick, before we go further, Hits, what are these other channels? It says Burning Hip Hop Foundation and 1930s Breakdancing. What are these? What are these? Are those? I don't know what they are.
Nah, this what happened, brother.
People?
I put in some video files. Remember, I was saying that I had some clips. So there's one clip of Black people back in the 30s that are dancing, and these movements are similar to what we would call breakdancing. You see?
Okay.
And my argument is that Black people, see what he's doing? Black people have been doing these movements way before all these other folks were even thought of in this country. So we may not want to say, we got a word for it in modern times called breakdancing, but I'm telling you that black people were doing these types of moves in the 30s, 40s, and 50s because black people were always involved in their dancing, in the rhythmic movement. Look at that. So this ain't nothing new. A lot of people want to say, oh, it started in the 70s. No, we got it from our ancestors that you see right up there on that screen and many others. Many other black people who brought dance and culture to us. This is where it derives from in the first place, predating the 60s and 70s in terms of the dance culture.
Okay,
and then let's not forget this too, brother. Let's not forget this. Let's not forget people like Cab Calloway, who was already rapping.
Shouts to him.
And popping, already rapping and rhyming music back in the day. Matter of fact, I just looked at a documentary on CNN about Luther Vandross. I didn't know that he was involved in this Black Power music group that was singing, Black Power music, type of music. And when they were on Sesame Street, which Sesame Street, they created Sesame Street.
That tripped me out. Luther Vandross on Sesame Street.
Right.
That documentary on CNN was fire about Luther Vandross.
But did you check this out? Back in the day, they said that they were even rapping then. That Luther Vandross and them was already rhyming on that Sesame Street show, which we know that Sesame Street was taken from Harlem. It was based on black folks. I'll rest my mic.
Okay, cool.
No.
Hey. We live on Carnivorous Podcast. Don't forget, Truth and Chief. Whenever y'all want to do y'all 90 seconds, because I've had y'all up here for 3 hours, so to be respectful, I'll let you do your 90 seconds to close out. But we are on Carnivorous Podcast. I want to give Chef a chance to speak, even though for some reason on his own channel, his camera doesn't work all of a sudden on StreamYard. So when I see him, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be some furniture moving. So go ahead, Chef, whatever this thumbnail is.
I'm in the car. Bro. It's too dark.
That's fine, Logic. That's cool. At least you cabbed up for half a second. Go ahead, Chef, who can't cab up on his channel with 150 people in the chat. Go ahead, brother. Speak your speech.
Hey, nah, man, y'all did a good show, man. I appreciate every time you do a show like this, we always get hella viewers. So and our subscribers go up. But yeah, man, look, I think everybody presented good information. I like Chief X his breakdown of Tariq Nasheed, how it been his whole co-opting of ADOS being a grift.
Everybody else mute their mic. I can't hear my brother.
Yeah, I definitely agree that it's definitely a grift. But for the most part, I can agree that I'm FBA the same way that I'm ADOS. Now, I don't agree with everything that y'all FBA people be saying. Like, I think y'all got y'all history off. I think y'all don't understand geography for the most part. I don't think y'all have a firm grasp of actual history. But we the same people. I could say the same thing about the Nation of Islam. But I wouldn't say the Nation of Islam is not my people just because I disagree with them on the history of the Asiatic black man, and all of that nonsense. You dig? So I think we spend too much time disagreeing with each other without acknowledging the fact that we are all talking about the same thing and we're the same people. If we as black people had the correct history of ourselves, we wouldn't even be going through all of this. So I think we seeing our people for time immemorial working through who we actually are, because the knowledge of who we are has been taken away from us. So the FBA and the ADOS thing, yeah, FBA comes out of ADOS and it's definitely a grift. But by definition, all of us are FBA. You don't have to agree with them being aboriginals no, you are you're not an immigrant black population. You are the original black population of the United States. That's all that's saying. And if it's saying that at that point, then I can agree that I'm FBA. But let me just get this out. Now, Chief X. So True Savior was actually saying that, basically. So he didn't disagree with you on the Tariq Nasheed. He said he wasn't up here to argue Tariq Nasheed. You know what I mean? That's a man. Anytime you talking about a man, if we're going to argue about a man have flaws. So you can nitpick any human being you want to nitpick, right? So with the hip hop thing, Chief X, you did a whole video, right? You did a whole video talking about Puerto Ricans being the break dancers, help creating break dance, and so you was giving them credit for that. But every time somebody posts videos prior to 3 years ago, all of those Puerto Ricans are saying that it was the Moreno style is the original style of b-boying. All of them said it, from Crazy Legs and you know what I mean. All of them said it. I got video. I did a video on it, and I'm gonna do further video on it. So at this point, I'm trying to figure out. They even told the dude Dr. Cologne that we had on here. It was one of them founding Puerto Rican breakdancers told Dr. Cologne that it was the Moreno style, and Dr. Cologne didn't want to accept it from him. Dr. Cologne actually got mad at another Puerto Rican that he brought on to corroborate this story, and the dude told him, like, nah, that was, it was the black people. You know what I mean? So at this point, Chief X, I don't know what you know what I mean? Yeah, the Puerto Ricans actually.
No, let them finish. We
the Puerto Ricans actually said that they kept, even I think Truth Savior put up the video where the Puerto Rican was saying, yeah, it was the black people first, you know what I mean? And then they stopped doing it. We got the black people saying that they was doing it when they was 12. And Chief X, hold on. You, in your video, you went so far as to even try to say that the nigger twins were Latinos. You do that shit on purpose.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I timestamped it. You ain't even got to argue. I got you. You said it. But,
no, I didn't. I know exactly what I said, but okay.
You said it. I got you.
I didn't say that.
I
didn't say that.
So you think I'm gonna lie on you?
No. I can tell you what I said.
I know what you said. I got the video. Go ahead.
No. When you say it like that, you leaving out the context of what I'm saying.
Go ahead. Tell
I said the twins were Afro Puerto Rican. That means they're black.
But they not Afro Puerto Ricans. Where did you get that from?
Well, I have more information. That's what I'm saying. I'm not here. That's what I'm saying. One more time. I'm not here to debate. No, real quick. I'm just being honest. I'm not here to debate hip hop origin. I'm only here to speak about FBA ADOS. Me and Homewell do a later thing on hip hop.
All right,
I have some No, I'm just being real. I have some sources that contradict a lot of things and terminology that contradicts things. I'm already admitting, and I said it before the show started, hip hop came out of black culture. That's the truth.
But the point was, you tried to say that the Latinos
my only thing was I said
was the dance, and when all of those Latinos said that they got it from black people first. What can you do with that?
No, I'm saying early breakdancers, the first breakdancing groups and crews, Rocksteady Crew, these groups and these gangs was majority Puerto Rican. Now, whoever did it first,
the Zulu Kings was majority Puerto Rican.
No, I didn't say the Zulu Kings. Listen to what I said. I said
all
gangs.
Of them give credit to the Zulu Kings.
No, I said gangs. I said gangs. I didn't say
that's
nothing
a
about
gang.
Zulu Kings. And Zulu Kings were a mixed group.
That's later, brother. I'm sorry. That's later.
But
you got it all twisted, yo.
No. Again, I'm not here to debate hip hop. I don't have my sources. I'm just talking about FBA and ADOs. Ask me about that. Please, nobody else come on, try to debate me about hip hop. I'm not here for that right today.
Hey, but hey, Chief,
Talk to
though,
me
you got
about ADO West
Hey,
FBA.
Chief, you got people in the chat that are actually agreeing with you, though. When you do get your sources and stuff, I want to do that.
Let me get, you
I
gotta
want to
just
do
give
that
me.
conversation.
I'm telling you, I don't want to debate that. That's not what I'm here for today.
Yeah, I
But
got
you
you. I
did a
got you.
whole video on it.
Y'all, that's fine, but I'm not here for that for today. I'm just asking. Damn, can
Hey,
y'all respect that?
Carnivorous.
No,
We
you
talk
didn't
about
say
that at a
relax.
later
Hey,
date.
Chief, I'm
I'm here.
mad. You
I'm here for
didn't say
ADO West
relax,
FBA.
Chief. Hey, Chief, I'm mad. You
Relax.
didn't tell him to relax. Chef Free,
Relax.
Hey,
relax.
hey,
Relax.
Carnivorous.
Don't be nervous.
Hey, can I show you the Philly guys rapping? I got it right
Yeah, I
here.
want to see that. I want to see
No.
that.
I
I
got it
want
for
to see
you,
the
bro.
first Philly rappers.
I got it. I got it. Street Media. Street Media. Leave your email in the Leave your email in the what's name. I want to have to do some content with you. But is this? Tell me if this is what you're talking about right here.
Yeah, but you got to have it. Put it at 5 minutes and 45 seconds. This is Oxford Street
Are
Gang.
you sure it's not 4 minutes 45 seconds?
No. Wait a minute. I'm gonna tell you right now. I got it right here because
I think it's 4 minutes 45 seconds and then 5:20.
No. All right. You can start it at like 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
5 minutes and 50 seconds. That's what you started at. Okay.
This is
so now what is it? What is this?
I'm gonna tell you.
What are we showing the people? Hey, shout out to I Am. She's on the panel, and then I got to get to my brother Hits. Go ahead.
This is a movie called The Jungle. In the 1960s, Philly was the gang capital, right? They had with their percentage of gangs and murders. So at that time, Oxford Street used to fight Zulu Nation all the time. And this is them on the corner, rapping jive, because this was the 60s. So this is what they called it, the jive talk. And this is all that vernacular that basically, you take the music and you take the words, you speed it up. And it goes into like, that jive talk, that hip hop talk. So this is not something that was just in the Bronx. It was in Philly. It was in Newark. It was everywhere because this is part of our culture. They around drinking wine. This is what they doing. Here, player.
Drinking wine.
Okay. They drinking wine.
Yeah.
So you saying hip hop started in Philly, not New York?
No. See, again, comprehension is key. I'm gonna say it one more time.
I'm asking.
I'm ready to tell you. And in the hood, as part of our culture, what the gangs did when they sat around and drank wine, they talked jive. So in their job, they would make beats and they would jive talk or jive rap, to a beat. And they would sit around and this is what they would do. This is the 60s.
Okay, I'm gonna play it. How long do I have to play this?
It's probably a minute.
Okay, I'll play 5 minutes. Okay, got it.
It's just a minute.
It's in my socks, bird on the rock. It's in my shoes. Oh, what a fool! It is so fine. That's okay, wine. $1.09. Drink it any old time, and we will rumble, and we will tumble. For some wine, any old time, and for a quart, a tail of pork, and for a half, we'll kick your ass. We are the most. It's on the coast. It's on the wall. They beat apart. What's on the floor? Geronimo. Who get the booze? The Rulu Bulls. Who get the taste? And Leech and Marvin.
So you can pause it there. So what people need to know, that's part of Black culture. That's what we were doing everywhere. So whether you was in New York, whether you was in DC, we talked jive. That was jive talk.
That's facts.
That's what we was doing. That's the culture. No other group was doing it like that. That's us talking shit. That's what we do. Nobody talks shit more than Black Americans. That's why we got the funniest comedians. A part of our culture is we talk shit.
That's true.
Okay, so Hits, my brother, my CEO of Trap Media is in the building. I'm gonna let my brother talk, and then Truth, I want you to close out. I had Truth and Chief X. Y'all take 90 seconds to close out, unless y'all want to stay on the panel. And then Logic, I'm gonna let you speak.
Can I get a quick word in?
Who is? You got to say who you are.
Hey, George Macon, that was fire though. I ain't gonna lie.
So I keep it back.
Logic, your connection, Logic. Your connection. Go ahead. Get your connection, and then I'll bring you in right after Hits. Go ahead.
I don't need to be on the big screen. I'm
well, you
happy
the CEO.
amongst
Do what you want.
everyone else.
Do what
First
you want,
of all,
my brother.
peace to everybody who came through. and prove that we can have these discussions, without them going overboard, too far left or too far right. Peace to everybody on the panel for your points of view and definitely your perspectives. Hit the like button on the channels. Follow everybody who put their link in the chat. I just want to say, let's take the helicopter up a little bit and try to get out of some of the minutia. If Information Man showed that video of people dancing back in the 30s, if you hear about groups like the Jubilaires and Pigmeat Markham, you'll have people say you can't use those as sources. You can't call that something. Hip hop is a continuation of African American culture.
Thank
the
you.
dance and the music. You can't tell somebody where to start their history at and where not to, and what they can and can't use just to make yourself right. Right? Somebody who watched that gentleman with a straw hat on go down to the floor and do something that's called swipes or baby swipes. And that's another thing we have going on. People who haven't actually participated in the culture, not bought a record, not went to a show, not saw a video or things like that. If you haven't DJ'd, did some break dancing, and I'm not saying that's right or wrong, it could depend on when and where you were born, right? It's a different era, but you can see the continuation. If you can go from the 30s to 40s to 50s, and someone tells you stop at the 60s, start in the 70s, that's bullshit. If our dance can show its line all the way back, if our words and vernacular can show their patterns all the way back, if how we dress can show that line all the way back without pulling up a bunch of sources, what is wrong with that? And that's the main highway. Me and Logic have these discussions all the time. A lot of people are talking about the off-ramp. It's where you get on this highway and where you get off. But African-American culture in hip-hop is the highway. It's not the off-ramp. It's not the service road. It's not the small town off to the left or right. They all exist, but they're not the highway. Dream mentioned something about disco. I would tell people to look up Gloria Gaynor, Eddie Kendrick, some of the earliest disco records in the 70s. You don't have that prior to 72, 73. So that's a disco argument there. Oh, what else do we have? Philly DJs. Big shout out to my people in Philly, right? Some of the best DJs on the planet. Cash Money, Miz, Rasheen, all of these people. Some of my heroes straight out of Philly. Jazzy Jeff. Easy all day long.
Yeah,
Big
nobody
shout out
out
to
of
Philly and their MCs and their record label. Actually, if it wasn't for Philly, we probably wouldn't have Cold Chillin' Records and Marley Marl and a lot of their artists.
Pop
Shantae
art.
Bismarck.
That's pop art.
Pop art. I'm sorry. But Philly, Philly labels put them on first.
Hey,
Out of New York.
Hey, can you add this in? Can you add this in? Because they'll tell you if it wasn't for Philadelphia back in the day, New York wouldn't play hip hop. Street Beat, Lady B played it. They had to come here and
They
break
had
their
to go to
record.
Philly.
They had to go to Philly. So that's the point. They had Street Beat, Lady B broke all the MCs back in the day. The MC Shans and them, the Kumo D. They had to come to Philadelphia. New York wouldn't play the music.
Right.
And just so we're clear, nobody out of Baltimore, correct?
Leave Chef and
are we saying there's no one?
You from
in
Are you
this
from
whole
Baltimore?
conversation, we're not
Close
discussing
enough.
Baltimore,
Close
correct?
enough.
We're not discussing. I just want to make sure because I've had that conversation how somehow hip hop started in Baltimore. Also.
Hey,
so I just wanted
the
to be clear.
said. That's what the
Yeah,
said.
yeah, okay, I got you.
And then finally, for my part, they made the point that a lot of the pioneers already said the music, the dance, the culture was black. Whether it's Crazy Legs, Charlie Chase, Cold Crushers DJ, Whip a Whip, Ruby D. They all say this.
Ruby D.
And you see something where you have, and here's another issue we're having. We're jumping from 70s to 80s to 90s. Show me a flyer in the 70s where it's called hip hop. The party, the jam, the fun, whatever you want to call it. Find a flyer in the 70s where it's called hip hop.
There was
Crazy
no such
Legs
no
in them,
word.
That's late 70s. The world doesn't get it until the 80s. That's when you have this super conglomeration of these separate elements.
It came from Cowboy when Cowboy coined it.
And far as graffiti, you can go to one of, actually I don't know if that's one of Logic's favorite books. Can't Stop, Won't Stop. Cornbread.
Can I say this to you,
Yeah,
my
and
brother?
then I got to let my brother Logic
just,
get in. Hold on.
I just want to
Then I
say
gotta
this
let
one
my
thing
brother-
to the brother that you have on the
quick
panel.
information. That's fine. Real quick information.
Okay,
That's the CEO of
The-
Tribe Media. Remember earlier when I said I
Yes,
want
sir.
you and Hits to do that show?
Okay.
That's
Let me
him.
just
That's
let
what
me
it is.
just,
Go ahead.
I appreciate. Let me just say this: the graffiti art argument is a non-argument. You know why? People been writing graffiti on walls for thousands of years, so nobody can. So Puerto Ricans can't make a claim to graffiti art when hell they were doing it in Egypt. They were doing graffiti in the continent of Africa. All civilizations were writing on walls, doing what we would call graffiti of their time. So that's an argument when someone says that can be thrown right into the garbage can because that's been around for thousands of years. Damn it.
But again,
And we gotta
remember,
get together and do a show, my
but
brother.
hold on. Now remember, they tell us where we can and
Sound
cannot
right.
start our history, right?
Yes,
They'll
sir.
tell you cornbread doesn't count.
Yes, he do.
but they'll say that. But even if you read about cornbread, I'll read it right from the book, Can't Stop, Won't Stop. By 1968, Cornbread's protege, Top Cat, brought his gangster style of lettering to Harlem. That's how you get from Philly to New York. It's right in the book. So
That's because the Zulus would predate the Zulus in New York with tagging the names on the walls, and that's what they were doing in Philly in the '60s.
And here's something else that's different about graffiti that changed with somebody like Cornbread. When you had gangs putting up graffiti, it was their gang and territory. Cornbread is somebody that looked at it as a singular person to tag his own.
What is that sound? Hold on. What is that sound?
Sorry, that was me. I'm muting.
Oh, shouts to I Am.
She's doing graffiti. Yeah, but his style was one where he tagged his own name, and he wasn't promoting a gang or a neighborhood or something like that. He was promoting himself. So that's a slight differentiation too of graffiti. So again, when someone tries to tell you where and when to get off of your highway, you can stay on your highway and hit every base on here, whether it's the language all the way to the clothing, and not have to get off for anything. They have to get on our highway and contribute to it. And a lot of these crews, you have, not all of them, not even most of them, you have a singular Puerto Rican or non-African American in a group. They'll tell you about the bands. Bands are based off music, off genres, not off the members. What does the average white band sing? What kind of music do they sing? You can have an Asian in a funk band playing funk music. It doesn't change the genre of music or their goal. So that's another on-ramp or off-ramp they want you to get off on. So just be leery of being told where you can and what connections you can and cannot make when they're so obvious. And again, thank you all for coming on the panel. I appreciate all of your candor, and I will see y'all again. I'll be in the back.
All right, so I gotta let True Saviour and Chief close out. I've had them here since 7 o'clock.
I'm gonna jump off the panel. I want to appreciate you for letting me come up. And Chief X, much respect to you. And True Saviour, much respect to you too, brother. I'm subscribed to your channel as well. I've checked out some of your work.
Thank you, my brother.
No problem.
And then I'm gonna link you and Hits up. I want to see that show.
Okay,
I think that'll be fun.
Fantastic. Just give me an email. I left my email in the back, and hopefully I'll hear from you all. Take care. Great show tonight.
Definitely hear from us. Peace to you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Peace.
Go ahead. Our Logic wasn't here, but he had a different connection. Logic, come back in, bro. We want to hear you, but your connection was really, really bad.
Yeah, my connection should be fine now, right?
Okay, good. Yeah, go. There you go, my brother. Go ahead. Talk to the people.
I hear a little echo. Is that I am?
No. Go ahead. Talk to the people.
Yeah, slip. Excuse me. I got a crazy case of the hiccups, but anyway, bear with me, guys. Excuse me. So the bottom line to it is that at the end of the day, you can't remove Latinos. You can never tell the story accurately and say that it was 100%, African American, right? And the analogy that Hitch uses as far as the highway is a really good analogy, but I don't think it necessarily. I think it captures his notion, his narrative, a lot better than it does the actual story, right? And what I mean by that is, like you got to separate Bronx culture from New York culture. The same way you got to separate hip hop culture from African American culture. It's not happening everywhere at the same time, right? It's everybody is isn't participating in hip hop culture at the same time. It's just not true, right? That's just not factual. And you look at what Hitch was just describing when he was talking about you don't start seeing flyers with the parties called hip hop. Until the
Why do you
80s,
keep saying
right?
excuse me? I'm just asking. Why do you keep saying excuse me?
Oh, excuse me. I don't know if y'all can hear me hiccuping or not, but I'm hiccuping. But
Oh, you got the hiccups?
yeah, I got the hiccups bad, man. But anyway,
Okay. No. Go ahead. My fault.
How
We just
old
weird.
are
You kept saying
you?
excuse me.
Right. So what I
I
was
haven't
saying
had the
was,
hiccup since I was like 13.
bro, I've had them
That's
for this.
crazy.
This is like my third day in a row just hiccuping. It's crazy.
You need to go to
But
the
anyway,
doctor.
look. So
COVID.
the point of it is that even hits what he wouldn't go as far as to call. No matter of fact, I take that back. He did say you can exit the highway or enter the highway however you want to, right? Meaning if you want to turn that black and white film into hip hop, you could. I don't believe that, right? I don't believe you need to, superimpose hip hop onto those people break dancing or looking like they're break dancing in the 50s and 60s. I don't think you need that. And I don't think it's historically accurate. How can they be doing something that hasn't come out yet? I don't see how that accurately applies to those people, right? And those people in Philly, right? Again, like those people are doing Philly culture, right? They're not doing American culture. They're not doing African American culture. They're doing what they do at the corner store in Philly. You feel me? So
Okay.
there's some nuance there, right? So if they didn't start calling it hip hop until the late '70s, early '80s, well then that's when I mean to you got to start somewhere, right? And that's at least when hip hop is recognizable, and I think that's got to play that's got to give some credence to the argument, left or right, or if not, then you're going to be doing hip hop in the 1700s. And I said that day one, right? If you don't establish
Breaking up.
Hiccups. God is come on, Logic.
no, I'm good. I'm done.
Okay. All right. So Truth and Chief, I'm gonna allow y'all to close out. I don't know if you want to say something. If you do, you're more than welcome. Street Media TV, join the Discord, my brother. I want to have a conversation with you also. Go ahead. Go ahead, Truth.
All right.
I know
What's
you
up?
heard a lot. I know you heard a
Yeah,
lot.
I
And
heard a lot.
I saw
And
Chief X writing. So Chief, I'm gonna give you the time to close out. And then if nobody else wants to participate, we're gonna close out. The link is in the chat. Y'all more than welcome to join the conversation. Go ahead. Truth. I was
all
about to
right.
call you
Yeah,
a tether. Jesus
yeah.
Christ.
Everybody's
Go ahead.
entitled. Of course, everyone is entitled to their opinion and has what defines hip hop. But like Hit said, it's a continuum. And I think for some reason, Logic doesn't understand that concept of a continuum. But nevertheless, let me say this. How many of you guys ever saw that movie Ray with Jamie Foxx? I'm sure most of you seen that movie, right? And if you're not, there was a scene. Let me paint this picture, and I'm going to demonstrate for you guys to make this argument that because everyone wasn't into hip hop, it's not part of Black culture, right? Because that's the argument that um, Logic is making, in essence. Well, there was a scene in Ray where Jamie Foxx was playing the piano as Ray. Oh my God, I'm getting tired of Ray Charles, and a woman and a guy come bashing into the lounge and say, "You're playing that devil music. Why are you playing that devil music?" Now, keep in mind, it's still Black culture, whether or not because they were saying he was perverting church music, and they felt that it was sacrilegious for Ray Charles to be playing this form of devil music. But there's no question about it. It still comes from Black culture. Not every person. These two people represented a community that didn't like that aspect of Black culture, but they would never say that that's not Black culture. They just disagree with that kind of Black culture. So to say that hip hop, regardless if a Black American from Philly or from Chicago was not doing what they were doing in New York or didn't like it in those distant places, doesn't negate the fact that it's still Black culture. You do not have to like everything about Black culture to acknowledge where it comes from. And I just find this argument so disingenuous to say, oh, it didn't happen in Philly, or it didn't happen in Chicago, or it didn't happen in LA. So how could it be Black culture? We recognize our culture in the very same way. If I'm on the East Coast and I go to my family on the West Coast, I'm going to eat the same food I eat on the East Coast, on the West Coast. I'm going to have my collard greens and fried chicken, black eyed peas and macaroni and cheese. It's going to taste just alike. You know why? Because it's the same culture. Culture is not defined by a region. Culture is national. Black American culture is national. Get off this nonsense about Black culture is regional, or aspect of Black culture in terms of hip hop is regional. We could identify, that's why Black people, when they see hip hop in New York, they say, oh, that's us. That's us. We recognize who we are. So let's get out of this thing. And I'm going to tell you one thing. I know I've been long. I have a lot of information. I can't wait to do the next show. This whole thing about, well, there were Puerto Ricans there. Grandmaster Caz talked about Puerto Ricans. He had a Puerto Rican DJ part of his crew. He said there were one or two few. The idea, you can't get caught up in nationality and ethnicity. It's culture. Even if you say the twins were Afro-Puerto Rican, Chief X, even if you were right, it doesn't negate the fact that the culture was Black American culture. You have Grand Mixer DXT. They later found out that he has some Latino ancestry. At the time he was in hip hop, he didn't even know that. But the idea that this was Black American culture, he was absorbing Black American culture. You have, let me see, Dancing Doug, another pioneer in b-boy in the early stages of the b-boy history. He has Latino. He didn't know that he had Latino ancestry at the time he was in the Bronx, because it didn't matter. It doesn't matter. It was African American culture or Black American culture. I need you guys to understand this. Take race, take nationality, take ethnicity out the window. Get rid of that mindset, because that's a trap. The culture is Black American culture. And when you analyze the continuum that it spoke to, you will see that it's Black American culture that created this thing we now call hip hop. That's without question. And I can't wait. And let me say one more thing about, real quick, Lady Pink. I know Chief X brought up Lady Pink in his video. There's a documentary by a gentleman from Argentina named Nick Barilli. He did a documentary called De La Calle, and he interviewed Lady Pink. He asked Lady Pink, what you think about graffiti in hip hop? She says, I'm not into that. You know why? You know why she wasn't into that? Because graffiti, not everybody who was in graffiti was into hip hop. Everybody who was in graffiti didn't go to the jams. Everybody in the graffiti didn't do none of that. You had punk rockers who were graffiti writers. You have Charlie Rock says, he says, oh, graffiti came much later. Nobody was really into graffiti. It's a mute point. It's an idiotic point. And I can't wait to discuss more in detail. Lord knows I prepared a whole lot. I thought we were going to talk a
No,
lot.
I already know. No, what I'm gonna do is because see, here's my challenge with this conversation. I'm gonna let Chief X go. I don't like to have conversations where we end up in an echo chamber. If everybody just believes that hip hop was started as African American culture, okay, cool. But I still want to hear. I see the people in the chat: Eddie X, Marco Garcia, SLP. He's fighting in there by himself. He's getting jumped by 140 people, all disagreeing with him. But I still want to hear or see some sources from other people, because then it just becomes an echo chamber. Then it gets boring, whether y'all agree or disagree. But no, I'm going to bring y'all back for a show. Hits and Information Man is going to do a show. And then I'm going to bring back you and Chief X specifically on this conversation, because to be fair, Chief X really wanted to discuss the FBA aspect of the title. He didn't bring his sources for the other stuff, but I want to bring it back on the things that y'all disagree, not the things that y'all agree on, because it's evident based on the conversation that y'all agree on about 85, 90% of the conversation. But I want to do a show to discuss at least the 10%, right? To at least see where y'all disagree and see if y'all can come to some common ground right there. But Truth, I'd have had you on the show for 3.5 hours. I appreciate you, my brother. You know, we family. I will contact you this week, set up something with you and Chief. And Chief, I'm gonna allow Chief to close out.
Real quick.
Go ahead, brother.
Chief X, just tell me, just let Brass know what you want to discuss, and I'll just prepare for that. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
And y'all both in our Discord, y'all just don't talk to each other. So just go in the Discord, just talk to each other. It's an easy conversation. Y'all can sort this out yourselves.
All right.
And Dream, no, you won't be good, bro. I don't think you're gonna turn on me as soon as I allow you to do it, bro. Trust me. Go ahead, my brother Chief X. Go ahead. Thanks, Truth.
You're welcome.
One thing I appreciate about Brass, he's kind of unbiased and mature and understands what people mean and want to do. So yeah, I do want to do that show with Truth when I get my sources. So I don't have them up now, so that's why I'm keep telling. I'm not here to debate the hip hop thing right now. So I want to say the truth, Savior. I really appreciate you, and the discussion is rare for me to have an adult conversation with somebody about something we're passionate about. Me and the Truth Savior never cussed each other. We never dissed each other. We never. It was just two grown men having a discussion, right? Right. So when I came on, I said I want to talk about ADOS versus FBA, and not really hip hop. But I wanted to talk about hip hop, but I didn't want to debate it. Now we can't have a debate on it, but I agree. Like Brad said, we agree 80%. It's just some nuances, maybe a 20% that we disagree on. But I have to bring those sources next time. So I'm glad you guys are patient enough and you let it go and say, okay, we'll discuss it next time when you have your sources. That's just grown man of y'all. So, but I want to say on this continuum thing, you know what I mean? We everything, like there's a video out 1954 where people saying they're breakdancing in Africa, in Nigeria. 1954. It's a guy get on that, gets up there and does a head spin in the dirt. They do that little flipping from side to side. I forget what Hits called it. I forgot the name. Well, it looks like they break,
Swipes.
And he's doing swipes, right? And they just doing all kind of stuff that is similar to breakdancing. So people here in America didn't know that or see them doing that in Nigeria in 1954. That video came out over the last 5 years, and I've shared it. Actually, that video is on my YouTube page. Right? So that had nothing to do with the influence on hip hop in America. For example, there's pyramids in Mexico. There's pyramids in Egypt. There's a pyramid in Asia. They didn't necessarily influence each other. A pyramid or a triangle is just a basic geometric shape that's universal. The Indians had a teepee. That's a pyramid. You can't, oh, the Indians got a teepee, a pyramid from the Egyptians. Everything is not a continuing or an influence from something else. Certain things in dance, geometric shapes are just basic things. They have videos of women in Africa. People say they were twerking in Africa. No, it's just a dance that looks similar. And a dance, just like a geometric shape, can be universal. It doesn't mean it's breakdancing and they all influence each other. It doesn't mean the pyramids were influenced by Egyptians, influenced Asians and people in South America. It doesn't mean that. It's just a basic geometric shape that's universal. Now, you notice when I was talking about ADOS and FBA, I was cooking. I cooked FBA and Tariq Nasheed. Tomorrow, subscribe to my channel. I'm going to cook the shit out of FBA. I didn't have time to do it and share my sources today. And when you see that video tomorrow, you're going to be like, oh, Tariq Nasheed is full of shit. It's a grift. Sheffreen agreed Tariq Nasheed in the FBA is a grift. They're not advocating for reparations. You notice nobody came on this panel to debate me or argue with me about FBA ADOS because they know I cooked them. They know anything that they opened their mouth and said, I tore down already. So stop the cap in the chat. Stop acting because you was cowards and you didn't get on here and question me about ADOS or FBA. FBA came out of ADOS. They stole ADOS. Tariq stole ADOS intellectual property. I showed you ADOS has a Wikipedia page. FBA don't. But it's, when you click on FBA on Wikipedia, it takes you straight to Tariq. I showed that. So if you're talking FBA, Tariq Nasheed influenced you. He's your leader, and he threw you off course from the real reparations advocacy movement. ADOS is just an advocacy movement. They're not the politicians. They're not the legislators. They are not Congress. They are advocating. Look up the definition of advocacy. They are just, even on their website, it says FBA, excuse me, I committed a sin. ADOS advocacy movement. FBA is not that. FBA was supposed to be that. But you guys are watering it down now, trying to act like, oh, we're just talking about people who was in America. Nope. Say African American and Black American then. You don't need to say FBA. What the heck are you saying FBA for? Say I'm an African American, I'm a Black American. Once you say FBA, you let a pimp and a rapper who's a scam artist and a grifter influence you. You refuse to say ADOS, but you keep saying FBA. You guys got to stop. Nobody is respecting in politics who can push a reparations agenda in Congress. None of these people are screwing with Tariq Nasheed and would never. They know he's a grifter and a scammer. That's all he's ever done. Any video he's put out on Hidden Colors, it tells you conspiracy theory nonsense. So stop saying FBA and give credence to your people who had your back and was looking out for you and tried to get reparations going. It didn't really crack. It may crack 8 years from now. California is on the top. But at least you're showing honor and respect to ADOS, who started the conversation. And this is why 5 years ago, all the politicians were asked about reparations. Why? Because of ADOS influence. Keep that shit real. Keep it real. ADOS influenced California politicians to push for reparations. Keep that real. Nobody's screwing with Tariq, and Tariq is not screwing with anybody in California who's pushing reparations. He's not, because he knows they don't mess with him. He's a grifter. Cut it out. I'm gonna stay on in case somebody got something. I just wanted to close out and say that. Go ahead. I'm done.
Fire. I think that's fire. Is there anybody else that wants to say anything before we close out? Did we add anything to the panel? Dream, I'm gonna let you say your piece. Pause. I know you're in here. You haven't said anything. Shouts to I Am on the spot live. She's a collaborator. We're hoping in the next number of months she becomes a partner. I think one of the things that happens in a lot of these conversations is all we have are conversations with a bunch of men talking to men. Shout out to China Black. But we need to have some conversations from a feminine perspective, from a female perspective, because it's just needed. This is not, this isn't the 50s where we're telling them to stay in the kitchen and all of that. That's ignorant. We want to hear the entire perspective. I Am, if you want to talk, take some time before we close out with Hits, Logic, and Dream. So I Am, if you want to talk, just let me know.
Thanks, Brass. Hashtag
Okay,
on
go
the
ahead.
spot. Shout out to everyone on the panel, our special guests, and everyone in the chat. It's been a really great chat. I've been in the chat with you guys talking, and I'm so honored to be working with Tri-Media. And so I want to invite everybody over to where I am. My channel is On the Spot Live. And the On the Spot Challenge for 2025 actually starts tomorrow. So you're all invited. I'd love to have you over there. And I really, of course, enjoyed True Saviour and Chief X and Brass, of course.
Very nice, short and sweet. Very nice, short and sweet. Salute to you.
With your little fine
share her
self.
channel real quick. Let me
It's I got it in the banner, but if you want to share it in the chat, that'd be cool. Is Logic still here or no? I think he stepped out. Logic, if you've had hiccups for 3 days, my G, you need to go to the doctor, bro. It might not be hiccups. It might be something else, like what they call it, an infarction or something like that. You might have an issue.
Hold on one thing before I go. On the screen is our Twitch handle. Follow us on Twitch. It looks like every Sunday, if it's not going to clash with the show, I'll be DJing live on our DQ radio station over on Twitch on the turntables back there, right? So, it's time to have some fun. Let's listen to some music. We'll play some hip hop, some R&B, all that good stuff. It's going to be a weekly radio show. We'll have guests come by and all of that. Again, follow us on Twitch at TMI and then OV99. The link is in the chat. So instead of talking about hip hop, let's actually do some hip hop and bring some of y'all up to speed. All right. Appreciate y'all coming by.
All right. So Dream, I'm gonna let you, and then I'll say, go ahead and state your piece, Dream.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks once again. Again, just to kind of summarize, again, it's a history of hip hop culture. It's on my channel. It's 3 videos. You're gonna love them. A really short summary of it is that black culture, whether black culture is really what created hip hop, hinges on whether it's R&B music that they were playing at these street parties and mixing and cutting and scratching. Hip hop, the original name for hip hop was actually disco rap. So, it's disco music. Disco music is really what was being played. Even after disco died down, they actually started playing, they actually kept playing disco music in Europe when after disco died down in America. And where else they play disco? The same place they play disco today, as well as in Europe, in Jamaica. Even today they play disco in Jamaica. You can't go to a party, a session in Jamaica and not hear disco. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. So, you know, and I think the Jamaican connection to hip hop is the Jamaican love for disco. And I think, you know, so that's what hip hop is. Hip hop is, you know, the Jamaicans introducing disco into Black community, if you will. That's kind of my
Can I ask you a
thesis.
question? Can I ask you a question?
If I could just say this one
Go
one
ahead, and
last
then I want
piece.
to ask a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, and you know, in terms of you know, the Black contribution to hip hop is, you know, that youth contribution was actually, the youth contribution is actually a gang contribution because the youth were a part of a gang. So the black contribution is that gang contribution. And Africa Bambaataa, you know what I mean, he was a Jamaican, but he was a part of that gang as well. But that's the, you know, in terms of the music side and the entertainment side of hip hop, it's disco. It's centered around disco. And just in terms of that argument, it's hip hop music is centered around disco. It used to be called disco rap. Again, the series is there on YouTube. American Dream Guy, please check it out. It's lovely. And you know what I mean, there are other videos coming, so subscribe so you can catch them when they air. We can watch them together, and y'all can, you know, come in and we'll have peaceful dialogues about them. Yeah. Go ahead, Brass. Blessings.
So okay, so I just want to be clear because sometimes it gets lost in translation. So before you were saying that white disco is what was before hip hop culture, or basically led into hip hop culture, which started it. But now you're saying that the Jamaicans actually started white disco?
No, it's Jamaicans. Okay, yeah. So to be clear, it's Jamaicans playing white disco.
When?
And the Black contribution to that's what hip hop is.
When?
Kool Herc in the 1970s.
No, that's 10 years. When?
What year in the 1970s
What do you mean?
are you talking about?
When?
Like
Early
the white
70s,
disco part.
mid
When did the white
70s,
disco
late
part
70s.
start? The year.
Watch the video. Watch the video.
I got you.
No, y'all gotta
I
watch the
got your
video.
channel.
Early,
No,
y'all gotta
what's
watch the
your
video.
channel? Stop.
No,
What's
you
the
gotta
name
watch
of
the
your channel?
video.
Early,
What's the name of
mid,
your
or late.
channel? What's the name
You
of your
gotta
channel?
watch the video.
Why
American
would
Dream
somebody
Guy.
early,
American
mid, or
Dream Guy.
late?
Hold on.
I appreciate you, Brass.
Peace.
Yeah, hold on.
But you know, all of those questions, I'm not trying to cut you off, Hits, and you know, you are asking the proper questions to be asked, but that's what the video is about. You know, I'm just hoping y'all just take some time to hit play.
Hold on,
And
I
then,
just
you know
want to
what I
make
mean?
sure
And
we get it. Hold on.
yeah, American Dream Guy.
American Dream
And
Guy. Hold on.
you can go into playlists.
And what video do you discuss? Hold on, because I'm gonna do this right.
There's a
And one thing
playlist.
I want to be
There's a
very
playlist.
open. 1 second. Okay, this
Just go
is
into
your
the
channel, right?
playlist. Yes, sir. Go
Okay,
into the
so in your
playlist.
playlist, and where do you talk about this at? Which one?
The playlist is called A History of Hip Hop Culture.
Okay. So in here,
It's 3 videos.
discuss,
There are 3 videos. There are
right,
3
so in
videos.
here
You may want to
you
go
discuss,
part 1, part 2, part 3.
okay, so in there you have source. Did you source this, or did you? Is this
Absolutely.
like race? Okay, so in here you have sourced that white disco created hip hop, essentially.
Well, you know, what I'm also gonna argue against is what you're labeling as white disco. It's just disco, and disco, there is no white disco, black disco. It's just disco, and disco just happens to be white people music. Like there's no white disco, black disco. It's just disco. It was disco rap, and it was just black people, black DJs playing disco music.
Do you discuss when in your video? That'd be interesting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, well, y'all go check it out, man. I mean, listen, the one
Definitely.
thing I'm not going to do, I know everybody keeps saying for me to challenge him on it. That's for the people on the panel, but all those people on the panel left. And I don't know how you challenge someone's video without watching the video. So it's not my job to challenge Dream. If y'all have different sources, go watch it. If y'all only watch the things that y'all agree with, then that has to be a boring life. At least listen out and hear what other people got to say. I got to give a shout out to my mods. We've been here for 4 hours. So China Black, JG, he's an unofficial mod. Donnie Williams. Damn, who else? Jersey in the building. Shout out to Sosa World TV. He's gonna do a crash out show soon. Y'all go support him. Who else? Shout out to Chief X. Shout out to Truth Savior. Shout out to all the mods. If you put your name in the chat right now, I'll shout you out. Shout out to I Am on the Spot. Shout out to Carnivorous Podcast. Said Breeze. Yeah, Said Breeze. That's my guy. And now I'm gonna shock all of y'all. Shout out to Marco Garcia. Shout out to Eddie X.
Jersey Devils.
Shout out to who? Jersey Devil. I already said Jersey. That's my guy.
You got Jersey.
Shout out to SLP, and I'm gonna tell you why. Right? And I know I'm gonna get bashed for this, but I really don't care because this is not my opinion. I'm trying to be unbiased. I don't only want to hear the people that agree. I want to hear the people also. That's why we did interviews with people that disagree with you. The Derek Cologne and there were other people, Akeem, they came up here and disagreed. Now, it's not about right, wrong, or otherwise. I want to hear their points because if they present sources, right, and you have your sources, then that's the game. That's the discourse. That's the fun. I want to hear it, right? It's not about accepting it. It's not about getting rid of it. I want to hear it. So shout out to him because he literally comes into a chat of 140 people. At one point, we had 256 people watching. And he literally was the only person in the chat saying what he's saying. That's what I mean by free speech. You can't kill him because he disagrees with you, right? So that's the end of my little rant. I know Sean Cannon, boo, and he's batshit crazy and all of that. But I want to shout out FBA for coming through because see, once you start doing stuff like that, just shouting down people that want to speak, or at least they're engaged, then now we got FBA not wanting to listen to ADOS and ADOS not wanting to listen to Pan-Africanism. And if they all agree and they all want to kill each other, then that's just some gang shit, right? I want to at least hear the perspectives. I would love to hear from a Pan-Africanist, other than Pan-African James, because Pan-African James, I haven't seen anybody beat him in that Pan-African conversation yet. So I want maybe a lesser version of Pan-African James. But shouts to Pan-African James. I haven't talked to you in a while. I hope you have a good new year, my brother. But shouts to everybody in the chat. We're going to bring it home. Hits, you got anything in closing? Hey, my fault. Damn, I forgot the greatest mod in the history of mods.
Me.
My guy, Donnie Williams. Hey, and it's a black name, Donnie Williams. You sound like you want to go play spades with Donnie Williams.
He go back to the 70s.
Yeah, he go back to the 70s. My man, Donnie Williams.
Unbiased Sports, peace to you.
Yeah, and shouts to Psychopatheus. He was in the building too.
Yes.
Love to have a conversation with him also. Hits, you got anything before I play the commercial?
Nah, again, thanks for everybody who came through. We appreciate y'all. We'll see y'all again. Tune in, follow our panelists, follow each other in the chat. We'll see y'all next time.
No. Peace out. You got it, or you want me to do it?